What the hell is going on?
It's a great day for our country. It's a fantastic day. No one has ever seen such a great day. People come to me, they say, sir, Mr. Sir, they say, sir, how come this day is such a fantastic day? You've done a tremendous job on this day. I say thank you. According to astronomers, a full moon, is better than a full moon. Better than a full moon. It's a strawberry full moon.
Groovy.
Whatever that means. Well, if you just wait a minute, I'll tell you what it means. According to astronomers, a full strawberry moon will appear in the sky tonight, and it will coincide with a subtle penumbral lunar eclipse. Can you believe that?
No.
A penumbral eclipse sounds like something you'd have to get on an NHS waiting list for. It's called a strawberry moon because strawberries are ready to harvest at this time of the year, and not because it looks like a strawberry. A penumbral eclipse occurs when the Earth, the Sun and the Moon are all aligned, with the Earth casting a slight shadow over the Moon. And it's happened already. It was a couple of hours ago, and you didn't see it because all we had was a typical British summer's day. Cold, raining, cloudy, you know. But it wouldn't have looked like an eclipse anyway, because you would still have been able to see the moon just a bit less clearly. Hardly worth mentioning, really. And I probably shouldn't have bothered. Now, the thing to take from this is that there is a moon in the sky, and it's called the moon. Get the B-52s on the phone, and they'll sing it for us.
Rock and roll!
From their tin roof. Rusting. Well, the weather here, that's always worth a mention. According to the giant brains at the Met Office, the Met Office. Tomorrow, rain or showers? You mean rain? Rain or showers? What's the difference? Rain or showers for many, with the heaviest showers over the north and not the west this time, the east. That's Edinburgh, not Glasgow. Blimey. I can check that, actually, while you wait. I bet that's not true. I bet it's going to be raining in Glasgow tomorrow. Betcha. I bet you £8 billion. And I've lost. I've lost all of that money. Now, it's going to be raining tonight, though, so does that count? Yeah, it does count, because it's going to be raining after midnight, so I was completely correct in every respect.
Affirmative.
It will be sunny tomorrow in Glasgow and on Sunday, and cloudy on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and then not raining really for about a week. Blimey. Suck it up while you got it, Glaswegians. It won't last long. So, rain or showers tomorrow, and the outlook from Sunday to Tuesday. Rain or showers for many eastern and southern parts, slowly clearing. Winds easing, rather cool and chilly overnight. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast?
No.
Well, the outlook for the next 2 weeks, a mixture of sunny spells and showers. Showers most frequent in the north and the east. Drier in the south and the west, plenty of sun, windy at times, rather cool at the start. Temperatures likely to recover to average as conditions become more settled by the middle of June. So that's the middle of June. It's like, meh. If we could swap the months, then this would be a great June if we'd had the weather of last month. But as it is, it's just a typical June. I mean, you know, Glastonbury is at the end of June. What do you associate that with? Rain. Wimbledon is at the end of June. What do you associate that with? Rain and cold. So this is just normal, this. What we had last month, abnormal. I prefer abnormal myself. And the end 2 weeks of June, which is a terrible way of putting it. Let me try that again. The last 2 weeks of June, it will start to become more widely settled, with longer and drier periods. And towards the end of the month, temperatures could trend above average. Above average? We'll take it! Mal in Belfast texts, there is a certain irony when Trump said today, this is a great day for George Floyd and America, while he is locked behind huge steel barriers surrounding the White House. Yeah, he finally got his wall. Do you believe that? He finally got his wall.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Yeah, he's building a wall around himself.
I would build a great wall, and nobody builds walls better than me, believe me.
Whenever he says believe him, don't believe him.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay?
No. So he went and hid in his bunker. Did you see that? And he was all over the internet, and he flipped his wig. And that's the reason why he had those peaceful demonstrators cleared from between him and the church, including pastors, by the way. Actual religious persons were pushed aside by his tough guys in order that Trump could go and handle the Bible. And here's further proof of the non-existence of God. That Bible did not burst into flames when he touched it. I think you'll find that is evidence. President Donald Trump said he went to the White House bunker during the protests in Washington, D.C. to inspect it, and not because of any possible threat. He denied a report he was taken into the secure shelter by the Secret Service agents on Friday night out of concerns for his safety. I've gone down 2 or 3 times, all for inspection. And you go there, or someday you may need it. I went down, I looked at it, it was during the day, it was not a problem. The president reportedly spent an hour there on Friday as hundreds of protesters gathered outside the White House, some of them throwing rocks and tugging at police barricades. And then, of course, the inevitable. Trump just sat there all night long looking at cable news TV for the response to how he's done. Really, really badly, Donny. And then repaired to Twitter, where it got even worse. Oh, there was some funny stuff on Twitter. I mean, I don't normally waste much of my time staring at Twitter. You know, only, 10, 12 hours a day. Just the barest minimum. But there was some funny stuff on Twitter. I bet Trump was furious.
Oh, shut up!
He described his time in the underground room as more for an inspection. He says, I was there for a tiny short period of time. A whole group of people went with me as an inspecting factor, whatever that means. He said, they said it would be a good time to go and take a look because maybe some of you are going to need it. Some of you, not him personally, because, he's a tough guy. He says, I've been down, that'd be number 2, so 2.5, sort of, because I've done different things, but 2.5. Does anybody follow any of this? What is he talking about? Is he crazy, or is it just the way he acts?
Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
He said, I looked, I was down for a very, very short period of time. Very short period of time. I can tell you, I can't tell you who went with me, but the whole group of people went with me. So he's got absolutely no idea what he's talking about. As usual, unfortunately, we have decided that he is our leader now. Whatever Donny says goes. Up to and including chlorinated chicken. Yep. That's something to look forward to. It's just amazing. Over and over and over again, we were told we would not be accepting chlorinated chicken or hormone-injected beef or any of that stuff. And people like me thought, oh, really? Okay, you keep telling us that, and eventually 30% of the people will believe you 100% of the time. And here it is. Farming union leaders slammed the government for being willing to accept chlorinated chicken from the US as part of a post-Brexit trade deal. But that can't be true because the government said over and over that they would do no such thing. I mean, that would imply that the government couldn't be trusted. And that would mean... oh, what's the point? Boris cultists will say that he never said it. He never said that we wouldn't accept, that we would not accept chlorinated chicken. No evidence exists that he said it. And they'll say that in the face of the actual video of him saying it. It's all fake news if it paints the dear leader in a bad light. Fake news. National Farmers Union President Minette Batters, who is an actual person and not just a name I made up, said chlorinated chicken would not get on the lowest rung of the UK's food standards ladder. She spoke after it emerged that ministers were planning to cave in to American pressures and allow chlorinated chicken and other low-quality imports into the UK to sit on our supermarket shelves, pretending to be food. Isn't that absolutely stunning?
No.
They are said to be seeking a dual tariff scheme that would see little or no imported duties placed on food and produce that meets the current high UK standards, but slap hefty tolls on poor quality items. No, they won't. First they said it wouldn't come over here. Now they said it will, but the cheap stuff will cost more. Do they think we're stupid?
Yes.
Do they think that they can fool all of the people all of the time?
No.
Do they think they can fool enough people for enough of the time to maintain power?
Affirmative.
Yeah, that's the magic equation. Just enough to maintain power. That's all you've got to do, which is approximately 33%, there or thereabouts. I mean, this abject capitulation to the President of the disunited States, Trumple Thinskin, would allow things in like the chemically treated poultry and hormone-fed beef to be imported into the UK. I tweeted a picture, well, a whole story about how poor chooks are raised and slaughtered in America, and it will put you off your dinner forever. And if we get this stuff, it will hasten the journey to us Brits looking more and more like our svelte and healthy American cousins. I mean, the latest excuse is that the extra taxes on poor quality food from America will make them expensive and therefore make them less likely to appear on the shelves. I mean, I'll assume that the government haven't put that little gem of an idea past Donito Mussolini because he hasn't started a trade war with us yet. So they haven't told him that. Probably because they have absolutely no intention of enacting such a thing. I mean, there's absolutely no way that after demanding the British government cave in to their demands, America's demands, to accept their rubbish food, that the Americans are going to accept high taxes on that food, which would make our better quality food cheaper than the rubbish they eat. They must think we're daft. Well, it's the Trump maxim. If you just tell people the same thing, the same lie, 3 times over, they'll believe it. So that's the plan, is it? Cheap American food is going to get taxed to the point that it does not become cheap, it becomes a luxury item. Come off it. I mean, honestly, have the people running this country seen the news? Donald Trump is not a reasonable person, any more than he's a nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Donald Trump is not going to accept anything other than complete obedience, now that we are relying on him for a trade deal to solve some of the problem that we have made for ourselves by aggressively turning our backs on the reasonable and kindly souls of the rainbow coalition that is the European Union. Please turn over. A campaign by the National Farmers Union to ban low-quality imports has attracted almost 400,000 signatures and attracted support from high-profile figures including Jamie Oliver, all of whom are wasting their time. Minette Batters said, out of the National Farmers Union, she's the president, she said it's a significant step towards the government recognising the damage it would do to our farmers, who have to abide by the highest rung of the ladder if we import food that wouldn't even get to the lowest rung of the ladder when it comes to food standards. The National Farmers Union president has condemned the possibility of low-quality trade imports from the US, saying it would undermine the UK's high standards of animal welfare and environmental protection. I can't wait to receive calls from people saying, I can't wait to eat hormone-infected beef. What's wrong with hydrochloroquine chicken? We want to rename it Freedom Chicken. In a press statement, the NFU president said, for food and farming, we have the potential to be at the very top. We need a trade policy that safeguards our farmers and British food production from the damaging impact of importing food that would be illegal to produce here. Failure to do this would undermine our values of animal welfare, environmental protection and food safety, all of which are incredibly important to the public, she says. No, they're not. Nobody cares. As long as it's cheap. That's all we're interested in. Cheap. The threat of the products entering the UK has been used by those seeking to delay the UK's final split from the EU in December. And those people are also wasting their time. The deal's been done. Not with the EU, the deal. The deal to leave without a deal is the deal. Lower taxes, lower regulations, more money for those that already have the most. Oh, I bet the billionaires that are behind Brexit and Trump can't believe how well this is going. I bet they wake up laughing.
How's it going, Nick?
All
I love
right,
it
thanks.
when you come on. It's like news decompression. You summed up everything that's happened in 2 sentences. Donald Trump saying that a dead black man would be praising his economic policy, and the Conservative government saying they've done a good job on coronavirus.
Yeah.
I mean, if it isn't peak clown world, Nick, I don't know what it is.
Well, let's hope it's just the peak, and it's all downhill from here, although I doubt it.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to get a bit clownier before we set the keel even, as they say.
Yeah. I think all the wheels have yet to come off the car and the doors blow off. At that point, I think maybe the show will be over.
Well, we're probably rolling down the track on a unicycle with a big red nose going honk, honk right now, you know, H, honk, honk, all the way down the track.
Well, at least it's funny.
Well, it would be funny if it wasn't so tragic.
Yeah, it would be funny. It would be funny if it wasn't true. Yes.
Now, I've got a thought. Instead of getting chlorinated chicken and bad food trade deals from Trump, we don't want to go to China, and we've cut off our nose to spite our face with Europe. So we could go to Africa and get our food from there.
Except they are in want of their own food. They're starving to death over there. So it wouldn't be a good look to take food out of the hands of starving people. You know, the kids with flies in their eyes on the ads on the telly.
Oh, yeah. Well, we could go and recolonize it, I guess. Would that be a good idea?
Yes. Well, there's probably people working on that very plan right now.
Well, I think the Chinese are, but, you know, maybe we could get the jump on them and just, you know, kind of slide back in, wave the British flag around.
Yeah.
They'd probably like it.
Remind them of the good old days. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, keep thinking, mate. You excel when you think. 0345 6060 973. Nick says Donald Trump really excelled today. He managed to repeat 3 times his belief that George Floyd would be happy looking down on the mess that he, the Donald, made. When he screws up, he seems to recognise it, but for some perverse reason, he always reinforces the cock-up with repetition. Well, the perverse reason is, as stated by Donald Trump himself, if you tell people a lie 3 times, they'll believe anything. Those were his exact words. And it's true. It is so true. Phil tweets, with every week that goes by, you think that Trump can't get worse. Yet, sure enough, he manages it. What scares me more is just how many supporters he still has in America. There's no line he can't cross. There really isn't. And the worst of the worst are the so-called evangelicals, who are the least, who use God as a weapon and are therefore the least properly religious people you could imagine. They are cult members, and it's a political cult, not a religious one. His personal spiritual advisor is the woman who preaches the prosperity gospel. As though that's what Jesus would do. Encourage you to get rich. Now, I don't know anything about the Bible, but I think it was the opposite of that, wasn't it? Didn't he throw the moneylenders out rather than invite them in? And she also speaks in tongues. You know, as in... Oh, these people. It's just astonishing. And then he's right. Donald Trump could do absolutely anything and they would still support him for the specific reason that it's a cult, it's a white power cult. It's what it looks like to me. Petrified white people, fearful of the advancing wave of people with skin colour different to their own. Why can't we just go back to the good old days when we knew how to treat them? Ugh. 0345 6060 973. York, Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, Jan.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. I was just wondering, have you plucked up courage to cut your hair yet?
No, I haven't. I keep hoping that I won't have to, but it's getting less and less viable a proposition to wait as each day goes by. Have you?
Yes. No, I haven't had it cut for about 4 months now.
What?
Yeah, because I had an appointment in the first week of lockdown, so it's getting on for 4 months.
Blimey, what do you look like?
Well, it's not too bad, actually.
Huh.
Apart from first thing in the morning, then it looks a bit
Yeah.
rough.
First thing in the morning, you go in the bathroom, take a peek at yourself in the mirror and...
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. When is the opening, do you know?
Well, I thought the date put about, I don't know whether this is true or not, because it was said by the government, so let's assume that it was false. They said June the 15th, didn't they, which is a couple of weeks from now. No, it's less than that. It's about a week or so from now. That can't happen. Can it? How can they open with absolutely no preparation, no equipment, no PPE? What are they going to do?
No idea.
No, I don't. July the 4th was the date, apparently, according to my glamorous assistant.
Right.
I heard that it was June the 15th. Well, things change at a rapid pace. You've really got to keep on top of things, don't you, Jan?
You certainly do.
Yeah. So you're plastering your hair down with goop? Are you putting lots of products in your hair?
No, I'm not. It doesn't look too bad, actually, but, another month and it might be...
Yeah. Shocking.
Might be a bit too bad. Are you going to have a ponytail?
No, but I am in danger of my hair reaching my shoulders and then flicking up like it used to do in the 1970s. And that is not a good look.
No, exactly. It's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah. If you haven't had your hair done in 4 months, and if it goes another month, Jan, you're going to look like a yeti.
Do you think? Oh, gosh.
Pop a picture in the post and show me what it's like.
I certainly will.
All right, excellent.
By the way, Nick.
Yes.
It's the best show on LBC, and it's a pity it's not on every night.
Well, thanks, Jan. I'm the only thing that's on LBC at the moment. Can you believe that? Thanks, Jan. 0345 6060 973. Andy texts, Nick, we go to the US every year and the food is great. America is the greatest country in the world. Back under your bridge, troll. Think I'm going to fall for that? Almost definitely a Russian robot.
Affirmative.
You go down to the comment section on any Daily Mail story, and it's absolutely full of Russian bots. I betcha. They're all in bad English and taking the most extreme position that they can possibly think in order to get people furious and all riled up. And it works every time. Every time. We go to the US every year and the food is great. Yeah, but because perhaps you seek out great food. Not all American food is bad. America has some of the best restaurants in the world, and they serve some of the best food in the world. But look at the average American and tell me they're eating great food. I double dare you. Steve texts, I'm quite interested in the idea of... And by the way, not even look at every American. Just go into an American supermarket and compare it to our own supermarkets. And half of the stuff that's on their shelves you wouldn't recognise as being food. I mean, it's amazing the stuff that they have on their shelves there. I mean, it barely qualifies as something that you should serve intravenously. Don't put it in your mouth or any other available orifice. Best worst president ever. 0345 6060 973. Gareth texts, perhaps you could style your hair like Trump. It sounds like it's long enough. Not quite. I suspect that Donald Trump has only got one strand of hair. It's 36 foot long and has been woven into a complicated Mobius strip that sits just slightly above his otherwise bald head. It's the world's most complicated construction. That's why they never see him in the morning. It's because he's got teams of people in there. They construct scaffolding around his head in order to make that happen. Can you imagine how long it takes? Can you imagine what it's like when he wakes up? I I mean, really, can you imagine what that's like without any product in it? What it's like wet. I wonder what colour he is, or what colour his face actually is. I mean, has anybody actually seen it? What colour's your husband's face, Melania?
I don't care.
She's not remotely bothered. As long as it doesn't come anywhere near her. 0345 6060 973. Glenn in Tipton text, Nick, the simple answer to chlorinated chicken is... Wait a minute. It's just disappeared off my screen because my glamorous assistant's trying to torpedo this show. Yeah, thanks a lot, mate. Was reading that.
Sorry.
Glenn in Tipton says, the simple answer to chlorinated chicken is don't buy it. Simple. That's what we in Tipton call a choice. Yes, Glenn in Tipton, that would be a choice, assuming you knew that it was chlorinated. But part of the deal that the Americans want is that there will be no labelling. You'll never know. Plus, we're talking about buying chicken off a supermarket shelf. Now, we know that we only go for the cheapest product, regardless of what it is. It's food, T-shirts, TVs, whatever. We always go for the cheapest. You will not know where that chicken comes from if you're buying it in a restaurant. Who goes up to a restaurant counter of the takeaway variety and says, can you tell me precisely where the chicken in these tasty titbits was farmed and what its diet consisted of and how many chemicals it's been covered in? Nobody does that. You just eat it. You won't know that it's chicken that has been raised in the most disgusting conditions that you could possibly imagine. It would make you chuck up on the spot if you saw it, because you won't be told. It'll be a secret. Leatherhead. Hello, Tim.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Farmers, well, food production, first of all, it was what I was really ringing about. And all these cheap imports, and the quality of the food falling. Actually, farmers voted for this themselves, you know. The NFU poll before the Brexit referendum, 53% of farmers were planning to vote for Brexit.
Right,
And,
well, they
I
wanted
very
it,
often-
and they've got it.
They've got it. They're just, actually, it just occurred to me, they're turkey farmers voting for no Christmas. How about that?
Yes, good one. Well, you know, they were persuaded by people with evil intent that the only sunny uplands lay beyond the evil European overlords. And once we were out,
worse.
it was going to be fantastic.
It was worse than that.
And they will have time to rue that decision while they sit twiddling their thumbs, their farm having folded, and they'll be on Social Security. Because they will not be able to compete with those American imports. They will not be able to compete with them.
Change their mind.
Yeah, well, you know.
You know, they had another poll after the referendum, and they hadn't changed their mind at all.
Yeah.
And according to another poll, 65% of them voted Tory at the last election.
Well,
So having seen everything that's gone on in the last 4 years, they still said, yeah, let's have some of that.
as did the country at large. You know, I know that we're not supposed to do it anymore, but we were clapping for 1 minute every Thursday at 8 in support of the NHS. And yet, when the current party burst into a spontaneous round of applause denying a pay rise to the nurses a couple of years ago, and having defunded the NHS over the previous 10 years, we took all that on board and thought, the best thing to do is to give the party that is responsible for all that another 5 years.
Exactly. Where I live, 55% of them voted Tory. So statistically, every second house down the street voted Tory, and they're all out clapping on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
You can't make it up. The hypocrisy is dreadful.
Well, at least it made them feel better for 60 seconds or less.
I wonder how they feel now.
I'm sure they were. Nobody is prepared to admit that they maybe had the wool pulled over their eyes. That perhaps they were persuaded by misinformation and mendacity, because that would be to admit to personal failing. That would be too much egg on face. So they'll flail around, thrashing around like one of those, like the robot from Alien. and just make any excuse to back up the decision that they've already made. Oh, everything will be fine. This is what the coronavirus is going to allow people to do now. Anything that goes bad from Brexit will be blamed on the coronavirus. If only it hadn't been that, then, oh boy, things would really have improved.
It's a perfect opportunity for them. They'll just wrap it all up, blame it all on coronavirus, and nobody will be any the wiser.
In much the same way that the government is now blaming all of its missteps on the science. If only we hadn't listened to the science, and we'd just gone with our political instincts, says Boris and his various assorted hench persons.
Just before you kick me off,
yes,
Nick, can you play? I've got withdrawal symptoms. I need to hear the banjo jingle.
The banjo. If only
for all those farmers, and hillbillies who voted for Brexit, can't you please play the banjo jingle?
Well, if only I had it with me.
Oh no!
Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. There was an article in the Mail about 3 weeks ago now. Kate Bevan wrote it. She is a farm person. I live and work on my family's sheep and beef farm in Monmouthshire. It is a wonderful time of year, she said, but there's a dark cloud overshadowing Britain's idyllic countryside, one that threatens as it has never before. The danger comes in the form of politicians who seem determined to achieve a fast and clean trade deal with other countries, but particularly the US, in our post-Brexit world at any cost. If they do so, as proposed in legislation that has passed through the House of Commons, they could consign the family farms that make up the backbone of our rural economy to oblivion. And the damage to the countryside we love would be irreparable, with thousands upon thousands of farmers going out of business. But hey, this is what you voted for! The problem is that the all-powerful farming lobby in America is bent on flooding Britain with cheap, inferior food from the US as part of that trade deal. And the Department for International Trade appears only too happy to allow it to happen if this is what is needed to secure the deal. Yet the imported food would come from an agricultural industry where welfare and environmental standards are woefully less stringent than those on our farms, where the use of drugs such as antibiotics and growth hormones banned in Britain is routine, and where GM crops, also banned here, are considered perfectly acceptable. The food is cheap precisely because of these lower standards. It costs money to look after animals well, which is why I buy orgasmic food. I don't buy it because I'm a hippie. I buy it because I think that an organic egg will have a chicken that was treated a little bit better than one that was free range, which will have been treated a little bit better than one that was industrially farmed. It costs a little bit more, and it makes me feel better to buy organic meat and eggs and such like. And the fact that the supermarket shelves are almost completely bare of organic eggs tells you everything you need to know about the British public. We don't care about animal. We pretend that we're animal lovers, but we actually don't care. Are we prepared to spend 5 or 10p more on an egg?
No.
Of course not. We're not remotely interested in the welfare of animals. All we're interested in is cheap. Cheap, cheap. On intensive farms in America, says Kate Bevan, who works on a farm, they use antibiotics and other drugs as a matter of course, often adding them to the food whether the animals need them or not. The mere presence of substandard US imports here could even cause EU countries to refuse to take produce from Britain on the grounds that we have contaminated our food supply chain, which would be yet another body blow. The fact is, because of the elevated cost of producing high-standard food, Britain's farmers simply could not compete with dirt-priced products dumped here by America's factory farmers. While industrial farming units only account for a small proportion of America's 2 million farms, they dominate animal production. Last year, The Guardian reported that the US has around 250,000 factory farms. Pigs, cows, chickens crammed by the thousands into rows and rows of barns. After slaughter, the chickens are chlorinated, another process not allowed here, to kill the bugs that flourish among birds living at such close quarters. So close, in fact, that if a chicken fell down in one of these sheds, it wouldn't be able to get back up again. It would just sit there up to its beak in filth. Up to its beak in filth.
Disgusting.
Multinational corporations, says the farmer, with huge lobbying power have taken over vast swathes of the animal production industry. The biggest pig farmer is a company that raises more than 10 million pigs a year. Wow. This is the food system whose produce the Department for International Trade is prepared to usher into this country, sacrificing Britain's farmers and our rural way of life in its eagerness to secure a deal. Well, guess what, farmers? This is what you voted for. Are you happy?
No.
Still not happy. She says the concern is that farmers' incomes will plunge dramatically as a result. And given the desperately thin margins we all operate on, thousands could go to the wall. I wonder who they're going to blame. Oh, it's probably Jeremy Corbyn's fault. She says if farmers go out of business in these terrifying numbers, entire countryside communities, the very communities that make up rural Britain, all of us treasure, will collapse. And all of those communities voted to leave the EU. Are you happy yet?
Negative.
Are you tired of winning?
No.
Politicians called farmers heroes for keeping us fed in the lockdown. Now they seem happy to abandon any notion of self-sufficiency and toss farmers aside for a US trade deal. There is one glimmer of hope, she says. The legislation which is contained in the Agriculture Bill has not finished going through Parliament. It's true that the Commons has rejected an amendment to the bill, although only marginally, which insisted on US food imports meeting our standards. Donny ain't going to stand for that. True, too, she says that a proposal for Food Standards Commission to scrutinise the production methods of any American food brought into this country has so far been denied us. Of course it has. But I just pray the scale of the imminent crisis is finally dawning on our legislators. The House of Lords, which is now looking at the bill, might approve the Food Standards Commission. They could then send the bill back to the Commons, where MPs might have a change of heart. If none of this happens, however, our glorious countryside is doomed, as it will be too late to save the family farm. Well, we sold the family farm to a giant orange nightmare. Because that's the British way, apparently. The whole world's gone crazy. 0345 6060 973. Jane in Liverpool says, we're in this mess because Jeremy Corbyn lost the election for Labour. Good work, Jane. How long did it take you to work out that it's actually Jeremy Corbyn's fault? Boo, Jeremy Corbyn. No! 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. You know, this packet here, we've got a packet of antiviral wipes, and they're bright yellow, and they're quite big. And every time, the packet's quite big, and every time I look at it, it looks like crisps. Ooh, and every time I look at it, I think, I could do with a bag of crisps right now. But it's not crisps. It's antiviral wipes.
Hello, Nick.
Phil.
Hi. I want to talk mostly about Trump. Ever since he took over, even before in 2016 when he was campaigning, he made me sick most days, right? And certainly since 21st of January, when he 2017 when he was inaugurated, he made me sick most days, right?
A little bit ill, yeah.
But today was the only day I actually had to go to the bathroom and throw up. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be graphic about that.
You're sick?
This guy is sick. There's something wrong with this guy.
I had to go to the bathroom after he said, George Floyd is looking down on us. This is a great day for George Floyd.
Yeah.
And he was talking about, Trump was basically talking about the jobless rate in America going down from something like 40% to 39%.
Well, not quite.
Right.
Not quite.
So, yeah. Right.
Like
well,
that.
I'm just making a point. He was celebrating that there were
I have done a fantastic job. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was really disgusted. I literally threw up, and I've been getting over it ever since.
Right.
But I'm thinking, Nick, in my experience with Trump, this is what they say in Spanish, el colmo. It's the straw that broke the camel's back. I can imagine how many people in the United States, mostly black but also white, are now more determined to get rid of him.
Well,
I'm
there's
not
there's an
talking about
equal
the
and opposite movement from people who are determined for 4 more years.
No,
he has. I
that's
bet he
very
hasn't.
small.
I bet he hasn't lost a single person that voted for him last time around.
Yeah, but how many was that? That was
It was
small
enough.
proportion.
It was enough.
It was enough then, but it's a third of the American population. This has changed everything.
Yeah.
George Floyd has changed everything.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Well, okay.
I think the same people that voted for Donald Trump are the ones showing up with military weaponry in order to show what tough guys they are at outside town halls and so on to liberate Michigan and all that nonsense.
Okay, all I'm saying is that with years of experience comes prescience. And I believe that Donald Trump has just signed his own death warrant with tonight's statement. About
Political death warrant. If that's what you meant.
No, sir. Yeah. That's not what I meant.
Okay, well, don't say that. Don't come on this show and start making veiled threats at the President of the United States of America.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
Because men in black jumpsuits will be bursting through the windows, spraying gunfire. You can do that on your show, mate, not mine. There's people in Langley who are listening to this right now. Lara texts, Trump is a spoilt, unmannered, self-centered, rude, racist, sexist, stupid, dangerous, evil, ugly, fat git. I'm sorry, I can't think of anything more nice to say about him, says Lara. Yeah, and I bet people in America are thinking that. I bet people in America are thinking, you know what, I am an unmannered, self-centered, rude, racist, sexist, stupid, dangerous, ugly, fat git. And that's why I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, because he is an unmannered, self-centered, rude, racist, sexist, stupid, dangerous, ugly, fat git. He's my unmannered, self-centered, rude, racist, sexist, stupid, dangerous, ugly, fat git. What do you think about that, Donny?
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Jane in Liverpool says, we're in this... Oh, no, I read that. But it's still true. We are in this mess because Jeremy Corbyn lost the election for Labour. Thanks a lot, Jeremy Corbyn. You see what you've done? Boris Johnson has to admit now that he's not really enjoying the job that he always wanted.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It's not that much fun anymore, is it, Boris? He just looks hollowed out. He looks as though he yearns for the day when it was Jeremy Corbyn who peered at him across the dispatch box. Because this new guy is no fun at all. This new guy seems to be a person who could dismantle Boris Johnson quietly, molecule by molecule. And he just flails around doing a Trump. Starts banging the desk and yelling. I'd say that Boris Johnson is completely out of his mind.
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
You know, when Donald Trump hears that Boris Johnson said this...
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
He's going to flip what passes for a hairstyle. It's going to invert itself on the top of his head.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
It's also something that Boris Johnson said about Donald Trump.
I have to say, when Donald Trump says that there are parts of London that are no-go areas, I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance that makes him, frankly, unfit to hold the office of President of the United States.
Of course, that Boris Johnson hasn't met the current Boris Johnson, who is Donald Trump's biggest fan.
I would invite him to come and see the whole of London and take him round the city, except that I wouldn't want to expose Londoners to any unnecessary risk of meeting Donald Trump.
Yeah, would you like to comment on anything that's happened in the last week over in America, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's a no, isn't it? No matter how many times he's asked, the answer is still... Gillingham in Dorset. Leslie. Nope, that didn't work. I'll try it again. There it is.
Paul,
Leslie.
Yes, I'm ringing up regarding hair.
Hair?
Yes. I mean, my scissors and my hair have made contact, but unfortunately I think it looks pretty awful.
Now, wait a minute.
No.
Did you do it yourself?
Well, yes.
Was that wise?
No. I mean, my hairdresser's going to have an absolute fit when she sees
Yeah.
it. But I'm one of those fortunate ones who has a hairdresser that comes to one's home.
Oh, yes.
So I can't understand why they shouldn't be allowed to start doing hair, because it's much safer than being in a salon.
Well, not really. I mean, she is going to be seeing a lot of people over and over again, whether she's in In fact, it's probably more dangerous being a travelling hair person than... Because in their own salon, they'd be able to sanitise everything between persons, whereas it would be a bit rich if she came over to your place and started cleaning, wouldn't it?
Well, I suppose it would, yes. Yeah. But, I mean, if Margaret Thatcher had been Prime Minister, the hairdressers would never have closed anyway.
Well, hers wouldn't.
No. And the other thing I wanted to mention to you, Nick, the thing that frightens me more than anything, and I'm sure you've got an answer to it, does Trump have the authority to say that he does not wish to have this election in November? I mean, if he's doing very badly in the polls, can he turn around and say, I'm not going to have this election in November?
Well, I don't know whether there is some kind of emergency that he can declare, like a national emergency or some way around it. I would imagine that there is, because he has... If there's one thing that he's been tremendously successful in, it's stuffing the courts with yes men. The Republican Party have made it their number one priority to stuff the courts with true Republican yes people. And with the express purpose of maintaining them in power, even if they lose. So
if he's going to be doing badly in the polls, it wouldn't surprise me if he says, I'm going to delay this election because of the virus.
Even if he doesn't...
That'll be his excuse.
Well, even if he doesn't delay it, they're going to do what the Republicans always do and cheat. This has started already by this is the attack on the postal service in America. He doesn't want anybody to he doesn't want anybody to vote. He said it out loud. In fact, a couple of Republicans just recently said it, used their internal monologue, but it popped out. He said, if more people vote, there will never be another Republican elected in this country again. So their specific stated aim is to reduce the number of people who vote. And that would be to reduce the number of people who vote by post, to reduce the number of polling stations, to...
by shooting them, you mean?
Well, I'm sure that's occurred to him.
I'm sure it has.
Yeah, to reduce the number of people by insisting that they have a photo ID, which the poorest people in America will be less likely to have. They're going to cheat. And the evidence that he isn't going to leave even if he loses is in his response to the election when he won. He said that the last election that he won was crooked.
But didn't Hillary get more votes than him?
3 million more votes.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the nature of the screwed-up American system, that states that have nothing in them but cows have got the same say in the Senate as states with like California, which is the fifth biggest. If it was on its own, its economy would be bigger than ours. Tens of millions of people, I think it's like 40 million people live in California, and they have the same say as the 3 people that live in North Dakota. It's insane. Where do I even begin? It's a great day for everybody. It's a tremendous day. Nobody ever saw such a huge day, believe me. That would have been the silliest thing on that news bulletin if it hadn't been for Matt Hancock. He actually said out loud, one of the things in relation to people going into hospital wearing a mask, he said, one of the things we have learned is that those working in hospital are more likely to contract the virus. Really? Thank you for your insight, Matt Hancock. You've learned that, have you? Did you come to that conclusion all by yourself, or were you being led by the science? The stuff that happened. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Chris says, I bet Boris was praying Alok Sharma tested positive for coronavirus so he could self-isolate for 2 weeks and miss 2 PMQs. Because this new guy is no fun. And he hasn't got his shouting people behind him in the Commons. Yeah, that is a big difference. All of those harumphing old geezers that sit behind Boris ordinarily. They're not there anymore, Boris. You're out there, naked in front of us.
Disgusting.
It's an awful sight. You appear to be unravelling like an old jumper. Because he's used to, A, getting everything he wants with his act. You know, all that public school boy. Drop a bit of Latin in there. Demonstrate I've learned the classics. You know, all those fairy stories about Greek gods. So that's a good waste of time. Why would anybody do that at university? What on earth is the point of learning all that stuff? Bunch of children's fairy stories. But anyway. That he hasn't got his cheerleaders behind him, harumphing and waving their papers like a bunch of drunks. His performance at PMQs, it just looks weak. It looks like you're on stage on your own, the spotlight on you, and you've got no material. You can cover up having no material when you've got 100 people behind you harumphing in unison. Pah! They all used to say, but not no more. Now he's on an operating table, having bits sliced off him by Keir Hairstyle, who does give good hair, doesn't he? Oh, his hairstyle. How does he manage to keep it just so? 0345 6060 973. Darren text, did you see that Meghan Markle had a go at Trump and even Piers Morgan agreed with her? Yes, I did see that. I did see that, yeah. Piers Morgan has become unavoidable. You can't avoid either seeing or reading about Piers Morgan. It's like he's taken over. I mean, the Daily Mail is now the Daily Morgan. Other newspapers quote him I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he on daytime television? Who's watching daytime television to the extent that he is now speaking for the nation? Anyway, Piers Morgan had a go at Trump. He seems to be late in getting the message about Fat Donny. But now he's fully in the correct corner. And, he actually praised Meghan Sparkles, whose message I didn't see. Because, there's only so many minutes in the day. Bill text, when Boris Johnson replies to Keir Starmer at PMQs, he never looks him in the eye. Instead, he turns his gaze to those on his left and right behind him, however few there are. Or however few are there, rather. Yes, I think that he is petrified about Keir Starmer. Very, very easy with 100 harumphing old geezers behind you to have a go at the bearded weirdo that was Jeremy Corbyn. Piece of cake to an old Etonian like Boris. But Keir Starmer is a different prospect entirely, and I'm really glad, actually, for the benefit of the nation, that it's he that is leading the opposition, not any of the other prospective candidates. Not prospective, any other old candidates. Keir Starmer got the job. He is the right person for the job. Of course, a lot of people are saying, well, you should just shut up at this point of great national catastrophe and support the government. Oh, I can't hear that song again. She is worth every penny, isn't she?
No.
Treasonous. Feltham. Ian.
Hi, Nick.
Ian.
Carbonated chicken, hormone-injected beef, antibiotic-fed chicken and beef, and let's not forget genetically modified food. Do you remember those?
I do.
Yeah. Now, I want to cast your mind back, all the way back to the 1990s, before Blair got into power, the BSE, beef crisis, CJD and all that lot.
Yes.
And all that reclaimed food, that ended up in school meals, hospital food, and the care homes.
Wait. Back up.
Yes, wait.
What reclaimed food? What are you talking about?
Well, when they got all the meat off the carcasses, what was left over was on the bones, and they managed to reclaim that to get more meat for the money. But this is where...
No, I don't think that's true, because I recall distinctly cows on their backs with their legs in the air. That was the worst part of it. They were put in a big pit and they were burned, the cows were.
Yeah, that was only after.
They had their legs in the air.
Dreadful.
It was awful.
It wasn't, but that was after the damage had been done. It entered the food chain, because I watched a good documentary about it.
Oh, yeah.
Maggie, bless Maggie, she brought in the Education Act, which repealed the Post-War Act, which food given to patients and school children had to have a certain nutritional value. So we ended up having sausages and missiles and all sorts of rubbish with this reclaimed meat in it, which was full of these pyrons that was containing this thing that gave you CJD. So I can see all this chicken and stuff coming across the sea, ending up in hospital food, children's food. It won't get on the supermarket shelves.
I bet it will. It will get on the supermarket shelves. It just won't be labelled with a big with a big red line through it and a warning sign saying this is disgusting food. Please don't buy it. It'll have a picture of a bucolic idyll with like a couple of chickens in a farmer's yard, and some kindly old geezer is chucking seeds at them to disguise the truth that these were raised in sheds the size of 5 football pitches with tens of thousands of chickens stuffed in there so tight that they can't move.
Exactly. I mean, we've been here before with the beef crisis, so we know what they're capable of, and this is what's going to happen. What you said is right. They won't be labelled, it won't be identified, and us muggins will be going in there, we won't be none the wiser.
We'll go to a restaurant and nobody will ask where the chicken is from. They'll just order the chicken.
Well, I'm not going to go to any restaurants.
OK, you and me both. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, and I've been thinking about going to a restaurant. You know, my Tesco's points are really backing up now. I want my pizza. But I can't because it's shut. But will I want to go when it opens? I think that's what the restaurant trade are probably freaking out about right now, is more than all the money that they're losing, is when they finally do reopen, will anybody come? You want to be first? No, me neither. Let's have Swindon. This is not a very responsive touchscreen. You can hear me tap it quite hard. There it is. Mark.
Hi there.
Hello there.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. I was just phoning in. I listened to the radio and listened to your station, and just over the course of the last few weeks, I just heard a lot of stuff aimed towards Donald Trump over the pond in America.
Oh yeah. All positive, I assume.
Well, not from your radio station, no.
Oh no.
Every time he comes out with something, for instance, let's talk about the hydroxychloroquine. When that came out, your radio station put him down, laughed about him, called him a few names.
Yeah.
And now, all of a sudden, it's been retracted. Hydroxychloroquine's been retracted by the GDC.
Well, that's not entirely true. A study that concluded that it was dangerous was retracted by the Lancet for some medical reason that was not...
Because they wouldn't give the data over.
I've got no idea. But anyway...
Lancet report asked for the data and they won't give the data over. So obviously they won't give the data over because what it proves or what it shows. So that's just one point. But then you've got...
Okay, but can I just go back to your initial point? You were complaining that people are calling Donald Trump names. Do you recognise how ridiculous that sounds? The world's chief name caller. You're protecting him from being called names. Are you kidding?
The President of the United States, and the way you talk about him, the way you put across on your radio station to your listeners, he's the President of the United States. He signed an order in... Didn't he sign an order in... Was it March? You'd know better than me, maybe, because you research this. Didn't he sign an order in March against trafficking of women and children?
I've got no idea.
Well, he did. He signed an executive order against the trafficking of women and children. Wouldn't you want a president to sign orders like that?
The trafficking of women and children... Which women and children?
He signed an executive order against trafficking of women and children.
But are you telling me that previously it was legal? Of course not. What are you talking about?
You've not checked any of the executive... So today, did you see the executive order he signed today to open up 5,000 miles of fishery so the American can fish in their own water?
Americans
Because at the moment-
Americans can fish in their own water.
So you didn't see the executive order he signed today to open up 5,000 miles of seawater to the Americans?
See, you're telling me that it's illegal for Americans to fish in the sea? What are you talking
they're not
about?
allowed to- So the Americans, yes. So you didn't see that executive order. You didn't see that the tariffs that Americans have to pay to export their own fish to certain countries, where certain countries don't actually pay them anything back. You didn't. Are you not watching your radio station? I thought you'd be watching the news and be watching. You know, you're so keen on Donald Trump and so keen on putting him down. I thought you'd be watching to see what you could put him down on again.
This is actually scary listening to you, because you seem to have convinced yourself that you are in possession of facts, but your ability to explain them to me is I'm at a loss. Americans couldn't fish in the sea because of tariffs that other countries put on them that they weren't put on back to America, or something like that. Do you want to have another go at it?
So the executive order that was signed today...
You seem to be
Trump,
obsessed with executive orders.
do you know what an executive order is?
Yeah, it's a piece of
I don't
paper.
think you do, do
It's
you?
a piece of paper that Donald does his big boy squiggle on, and then holds up to show everybody that he can write his own name.
Well, there we go. See, so you're putting him down again. You're putting down the President of the United States. You're trying to make your listeners think that the guy is a maniac. You know, he's lost his mind.
He is a maniac. He has lost his mind. All of this is true.
Right. There you go then, exactly. So you're talking about a guy that's lost his mind, that signed executive orders to stop the trafficking of women, to open up the fishery for the people.
But by saying that, you're implying that the trafficking of women and children was previously legal.
You need to look at the executive order yourself, and then you'll see...
No, I'm not going to do any such thing. You're suggesting that it was previously legal to traffic women and children. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that at all. You didn't hear me say that at all. I just told you to look at the executive order.
Well, you can tell me until you're blue in the face. I don't do homework based on the instructions of callers.
So you don't do homework, but you can just slate Trump and just call him all the name under the sun, like you just said, and he's a maniac. You won't do any of it.
Well, okay, all right. Well, we're not going to get anywhere, because your knowledge of what it is that you're pretending to know about is...
My knowledge is nothing. I'm telling you
scant.
to look at
It's scant. What is an executive order?
I've asked you that question.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, because you appear to know the answers. You tell me what it is. What is an executive order?
It's a directive. Like, it's issued by the government.
Right, so you don't know. It's not issued by the government. You don't know, do you?
Sorry, by the president. Sorry.
Yeah, and then what happens?
What do you mean? Then what happens?
And then what happens to an executive order? What is it that happens after Donald Trump does his big boy squiggle on a piece of paper and holds it up like he's showing the menu around at the Olive Garden? What happens to it then? You don't know, do you? God. He's asking me to do homework. It's painful. Did you... Which side of the referendum were you on, by the way? Don't tell me. I already know. 0345, and I'm not having that conversation with you. Not now, not ever, never. It brings me in mind of a certain etoliated swizzle stick.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't know anything. This anonymous text says the vast majority of Trump's executive orders are just photo ops with no force of law. It's Congress that has to pass those changes into law. But don't tell that last guy that. Tony texts, Trump probably signed an executive order against women trafficking, so Melania couldn't escape. What do you think about that, Melania?
I don't care.
Yeah, she's beyond caring. 0345 6060 973. Linda. Now, it's either on a mobile or she's from Mobile, Alabama. Which is it, Linda?
Hi, Nick. First time caller.
Ah, good one. Are you in Alabama, or are you just on a mobile?
I'm on a mobile.
On a mobile, right.
Yes. I'd just like to say I think we're going to become the 51st state of America.
Going to become?
Yeah, because we've got no one else to deal with. We've come out of Europe like a load of idiots, And now all we're doing is we're sailing in the Atlantic all on our own, and the only place or port or call we can go to is the United States. God help us all.
We're going to have to crawl across the presidential carpet to beg for favours from the world's least reliable man.
Correct. Who's going to sell us loads of rubbish chicken, and we'll just become another nobody. And Europe will turn our back on us, and we've got nowhere to go.
It's the other way around, actually. We're turning our back on Europe. Europe just can't believe what's happening, that we are deliberately shooting ourselves in the foot. But I think it's all part of a bigger plan that we're not privy to.
Does that mean our cops will have guns?
Let's just... Well, I personally think that our cops should have guns. I mean, why... well, why are we pretty much the only country on Earth whose police aren't armed?
Why did you should have? Why? Because we try to have a more decent society.
Yeah, and how's that going?
Well, if you give the cops guns, then the robbers get guns.
They have guns already. There's shootings all the time in this country.
Well, that's because...
Yes?
I don't know.
No, me either. But, you know, Belgian police have guns, French police have guns, Australian police have guns, Luxembourg police have guns. Everywhere you go, I think with the possible exception of, is it New Zealand? And maybe you could find maybe a couple of other countries, if you look really hard, almost every other nation on Earth arms its police.
How did we get on the subject of guns? I want to talk about why we're leaving Europe.
You brought it up.
Oh, God. Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
Oh, my God. That's completely well, it's... You can't be serious. Of course guns kill people. That's what they're for.
Because people have... Yeah, but the people have the gun in the hand, and they're the one who pulls the trigger.
Yeah, but it makes it so much easier. You can do it from a distance. You can do it from a distance. And instead of getting right up personal and close and, throttling somebody to death or running them over with a steamroller or, any of the other exciting and terrific ways for one person to kill another. The absolute easiest is to shoot them.
You're not convincing me, no. Sorry.
Well, I don't care whether I'm convincing you or not. You don't believe in guns?
I don't believe in guns.
Right. Well, guns don't care whether you believe in them or not. Guns aren't remotely interested in your opinion.
Yes, but I'm probably a nobody, and it's just an opinion I hold. But I think that it's going to become really, really bad, what's going on now. It's only just starting.
You're kidding me. It's going to become bad? What, this isn't bad?
No, wait till it gets bad.
The bad is yet to come? I can't believe it.
Oh, no.
Well,
yes, the bad is yet to come.
Thanks for the bad news, Linda.
Thank you.
But no, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the warning. All right, cheers, Linda. 0345 6060 973. I think it was our excellent American correspondent sent me an audio. I should have carted that up. Of Donald Trump signing his name. You know that excruciating big boy squiggle that he appends to all of those executive orders that he just bashes out of his office in order to seem like he's in charge and doing something other than, repairing to the golf course. There's, he's got an audio clip of Donald Trump signing his signature. It sounds like he's running up the stairs. It sounds like the most exhausting thing that any human being has done. And it lasts about 15 seconds. It just goes on and on and on. I mean, have you seen his signature? It looks like the it looks like the heart monitor of somebody who is having a stroke. It's like it looks like he's trying to rub a hole in the paper. Like a child gripping a crayon in their fist and just scribbling on the walls. Here is Sevenoaks. Mark.
Hi. I'd like to ask you, would you think Johnson is uniting the country over Brexit?
That's a no.
Well, I'd like to disagree with you.
What?
Because basically he's throwing so many people under the Brexit bus. He's thrown the Northern Irish, he's thrown the Hong Kong people, he's thrown the farmers, and of course the people who want to trade with the EU will go there if you don't have a deal with them. And you seem to think that he's prepared, indeed wants to have a no-deal situation.
Oh, that's the plan. I'm sure of it. They had no intention of getting a deal. A no deal is the deal.
Yes, well, in 2019, 65% of people voted against that in the EU elections. So that sounds like uniting the country to me. 65%.
That's a bit of a
majority in the previous.
I know where you're coming from, but that's a bit of a stretch. I think 65% did not do anything of the sort.
Well, 65% of people voted for parties that were against no deal.
I get that, but all right then. Okay.
But I mean, in the EU elections, in the general election, you could say that people were voting for other things. But in the EU elections, what was there left to vote for apart from that? So I think that probably is quite a good indication that only 35% of people want a no deal.
Right. Well, as I've said before, you only need 35% of the people. And that's what Donald Trump's got, and that's what Boris Johnson's got. That's all you need. That's all you need.
I've been thinking that all this throwing people under the bus is based on the fact that he just wants to appeal to a base big enough to elect him in the Donald Trump fashion. But I think that he's made a miscalculation, because Keir Starmer is a Democrat, and 75% of the Labour Party want proportional representation. Now, the majority of Labour MPs might not want it, but Keir Starmer supported a policy that he didn't personally agree with over Brexit because it was the majority decision of the Labour Party, a democratic decision. And so I think that it may well be that he organises an electoral pact to obtain a proportional representation in the next election. And because the Brexit Party also supports proportional representation, it may well be that the Conservative Party, the only way they can see out of that problem is to introduce it themselves. But anyway, there is sufficient in terms of electoral support to put a non-Conservative government into power on the basis of a pact to produce proportional representation.
Oh boy, this is really clutching at straws now. We've got years to go before there's even going to be a vote, and I don't believe that any party with a sniff of getting power is going to support something that might take it away from them.
Well, it doesn't take that much power away from the Labour Party, because many of the other smaller parties have similar policies. I take, for example, the last election. You said, and I think the polls bore it out, that a lot of Labour Party policies were popular. But I think the thing that did for them was that they wanted to bring them all in very quickly, all at once.
No, it wasn't. It was the beard. That's what did it for them. I mean, that's I know that sounds superficial, but that's who we are. Here, listen, I've got to go because I'm past the break already. I feel a little bit lightheaded because I've been eating fish tank cleaner because it's got the word hydroxy in it. Researchers in this here country have put an abrupt stop to an arm of their COVID-19 trial that involves the anti-malarial drug hydroxychloroquine. The recovery trial, a large UK-based trial investigating potential coronavirus treatments, has stopped including hydroxychloroquine in its study due to there being no evidence of benefit. Other arms in the trial, which has enrolled more than 11,000 patients from 175 hospitals across the UK, will continue. And Anthony Fauci, the gruff-for-speaking guy who Donald Trump doesn't want to share a podium with anymore, the head of the whatever it is the chief scientist, America's chief virologist. He said that hydroxychloroquine is not effective as a coronavirus treatment, despite the fact that Fat Donny seems to have just randomly alighted on that drug as it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be like a miracle cure. Someday it will go. Until then, it is Barack Obama's fault. Paul in Bristol says all those champagne socialists against US chicken are the same people who have no issue eating it in large amounts during their holidays in the US and trips to Disney World. Makes me laugh, says Paul in Bristol, who hasn't thought about it for a single solitary second. Of course they have an issue eating it if they knew that that's what they were eating, you idiot. Oh, I'm sorry, was that impolite? I'm being driven to impoliteness. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Champagne socialists. What are you talking about? By socialist, you mean people that are concerned about the welfare of others. That's what you mean by socialist, isn't it? You also can be swapped with the word snowflake. That's what people like you mean by snowflake, is people who are concerned about the welfare of others. As opposed to some grumbling, clenched fist of ire that is that would accurately describe you, Paul, and your ilk. Champagne socialists. Like, if you got a bit of money, then you can't be concerned about the welfare of others and animals and the environment. This country's lost its mind. It really has. Belgravia, Daniel.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks. Speaking of money, Belgravia.
Yes, we're in lockdown here too. Don't worry. It's actually more than frightening now. I mean, just having to look at the Donald Daly show. I mean, if you just log into Fox News, other than
oh no, don't do it. Fox News. Are you out of your mind?
Warning. I changed over just to sort of look at their perspective, and it is like teenagers bickering over their exes, and the slander and the way that they mind condition and manipulate just the mental being of these idiots already that watch it. It's actually remarkable. And the thing is, it's just so embedded and systemic now. I mean, how can you honestly look at your children, not that I've got any, but how can you actually seem to be doing the right thing by doing what we're doing? And it's a collective mind conditioning and manipulation where it's not seemingly going to get any better anytime soon.
Well,
that's the frightening thing.
I'm losing the thread of your argument. What is it that you're saying we are being led to believe or controlled to believe?
No, it just, you know, when you look at, if you look at one side and we think, okay, let's look at general common decency, values, ethics, and try to make sense of what the politicians do. When I grew up, it was just generally respecting politicians, understanding that they would have our best interests. And now you can just blatantly read between the lines and know that they're blatantly lying to you day in and day out.
How old are you?
I'm in my mid-40s.
Mid-40s? So you would have been around, well, you'd have been quite young when Margaret Thatcher was in power.
I remember watching the Parliament where you couldn't really see it live, and I'm just thinking, well, these people sound so posh, and they definitely sound educated, so maybe they've got our best interests.
Yeah, well, how's that working out for us?
It sounds like a daily reality show. It's reality TV gone wrong.
But I take objection to your assertion that we used to have respect for politicians in the 80s and the 90s, when the opposite is obviously true.
I think the reality would be if Trump and these politicians maybe took CBD, maybe they actually might be more considerate of humanity.
You don't mean CBD, do you? Or do you?
I certainly do. I genuinely think rather than take this hydroxychloroquine or whatever it's called, or inject yourself with Dettol, try some herbal harmonic stuff. I mean, you can't do any worse than what they're already doing, can they?
Right, some herbal harmonics.
Want to score some pot?
But that's not CBD. That's CBD oil is what people with arthritis rub on their joints, isn't it?
Well, it depends. What would Dr. Fauci say?
Speaking of joints, he would probably say don't take it. It's not good for your health.
I just really want to have optimism where we actually just look at decency and integrity, but it just seems to be that, it's completely out of the question now.
Well, it just keeps slipping through our fingers, It just gets further and further away. Decency and honesty,
But it's like being a victim of domestic abuse and getting back for it again more and more.
Yes.
And electing yourself to actually get abused further beyond repair.
Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome.
That's a frightening thing. Anyway, maybe I'll change back from Fox News. I'll go over to something else.
Yes, watch anything else than Fox News. I mean, you are at least 50 years too young to be watching Fox News, apart from anything else.
Well, I tell you what I was watching. You may like it. The Sopranos I'm a very big fan of. Definitely the best series. But I started watching Boardwalk Empire.
Meh. Yeah, I started watching that too, and I didn't last very long.
Well, I've only got to series 3.
3? Wow. Then congratulations. You have more...
Thank you very much.
You have more patience than me. No, it's not for me, that show. I'm still enjoying Killing Eve, by the way, by which I mean I'm not enjoying killing a person called Eve. There's a TV programme of that name, which I am enjoying. But other than that, I have no further information. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. There was this article, well, it wasn't an article, it was a leader in the Portland Press. Now, I know that is a newspaper that's probably not on your radar, but it was quite a column. That's coming out today. And Donald Trump will undoubtedly be tweeting about it as soon as he reads it, or has it read to him. Or he sees on Fox News that they're very upset. More fake news. The fake news media are writing bad things about Donny. Oh. It says, President Trump, we're sorry that you decided to come to Maine, but since you're here, could you do us a favour? Resign. That's how it starts. They're pulling no punches. You've never been a good president, but today your shortcomings are unleashing historic levels of suffering on the American people. Your slow response to the coronavirus pandemic has spun a manageable crisis into the worst public health emergency since 1918. We're also in the middle of the worst economic collapse since the Great Depression. There is no national strategy to recover from the shock that is disproportionately affecting people who were already struggling to make it. No strategy, can you believe that?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
And in the face of the worst civic unrest since 1968, with millions of Americans in the streets protesting systemic racism, you fan the flames, says the Portland Press. In just the last week, you gleefully tweeted about shooting fellow citizens. You goaded governors into escalating violent situations so they don't, quotes, look like jerks. And you authorized the use of rubber bullets and tear gas to clear peaceful protesters out of a public space so you could pose for a Bible-waving photo op. These are just a few examples of why you lack the character, maturity and judgment to lead our country in this perilous time. You should resign, says the Portland Press Herald. We have to agree with you on one point. You were right to skip making an address to the nation as other presidents have done in times of national emergency. You correctly concluded that you have nothing to say that would make the situation better. When what's called for is compassion, clear vision and a commitment to lead, you're out of ammo. But bringing the nation together in times of distress is a big part of the job when you are head of state. You can't do it, so you should resign. As head of government, you have unmatched power to direct resources to relieve suffering. You can't or won't do that either, so you should resign. And in your mistreatment of lawful protesters and abuse of religious symbols, you have violated your oath to protect and defend the Constitution, so you should resign. Your supporters will no doubt say that this is an election year, and it should be left up to the voters to decide whether you deserve to stay in office. But ask yourself, can this country take 5 more months like the last 5? You are a president supported by a minority of the people, and your only path to victory in November is to further divide the nation. This campaign could do even more lasting damage than you've done already. We know you're not much of a student of history, but you recently said that you learned a lot from Richard Nixon. That's good, because he set the historical precedent for what you should do now. In a nationally televised address, Nixon said that he knew he was about to be impeached over Watergate, and he wanted to fight the charges. But since that would be destructive to the nation he served, he chose instead to resign. Nixon said, "By taking this action, I hope that I will have hastened the start of that process of healing, which is so desperately needed in America. America needs to heal again. Please resign now and let us begin." Wow. That is excoriating. That is I think that's today in the Portland Press Herald. That's their leader column. What do you think about that, Donny?
Like to punch him in the face.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought you'd say. Here's a call in Camberwell. Will.
Good evening, Nick. How
Will,
you doing?
Good, thanks.
Lots of interesting things being discussed tonight. One thing that's just occurred to me about Donald Trump, I heard a thing with him on YouTube recently. He was being interviewed by one of the more favourable stations.
Fox.
And somebody said, so do you have a particular Bible verse that you like that really speaks to you? Have you heard this before?
Well, this is quite an old clip.
It is quite old, but it's prescient, isn't it? And he just says, they're all great, they're all amazing, they're all so beautiful. And it's funny because I was a Church of England growing up and later confirmed, and there was, I know, talking about favourite Bible verses, there was one in Matthew 10 somewhere where Jesus says, "I come not to bring peace but the sword," which to a young man was quite exciting, bringing the sword. You think, yes, there is Romans about, there's lots of bad stuff happening, but get your sword out, come on, let's do some
smiting.
Really, he didn't really go with that, did he? But maybe that's what Donald was thinking today. Let's beef the processes out of the way, get there with our Bible, and just wave it around. And as you say, for certain people, that floats their boat, doesn't it?
It's amazing that he can, that certain individuals, and I'm thinking of evangelicals, still profess to be acting on the word of Jesus, where their every action is the opposite of that.
Despite prima facie evidence of affairs, all of that non-Christian-y stuff. Anyone who buys and runs a talent show involving Miss Universe, I mean, okay, it's not awful, but it's a bit non-Christian, isn't it?
Well, setting up a university that was a scam, that he had to refund people's money, millions and millions of dollars, taking from a charity to buy a picture of himself to hang in one of his golf courses. What would Jesus do?
There was something that was mentioned earlier about getting into one's head, by the way, as well. And I myself had a little spell of COVID in the beginning of April, and after 3 days of semi-consciousness, someone I know really well and have a lot of time for said, "Oh, you've got to try this drug. It's really promising." I'm thinking, okay, they've heard this from a doctor or something. She's like, "Yeah, it's this one, chloroquine." And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know, what's that?" And she, "Oh, it's great. And this was BS, essentially, that had been heard. And my ears pricked up a bit, thinking, hang on, as I Googled it more and more, there was nothing there. But as I said, you do realise that this is just right-wing dross. And Donald Trump's link to it, that's just more evidence that it's right-wing dross. And yet this person got a bit upset, shall we say, that I was even questioning it.
Yes.
Saying, haven't you read the proper stuff? And I'm like, well, I've just gone on Google Scholar. There's no evidence this has actually done anything. I know that Fauci in America, they're trying out various things, but this isn't even on the real list, is it? Oh, you don't believe it, do you? Why are you putting stuff down? And it's, whoa,
this is because it's a cult. It's a cult. It's not religion. They dress it up in religion in order to use God as a weapon to quash any dissenters. But it's a cult. And if you don't believe in everything that the dear leader says, then you are a traitor. That's where we're at now. Anything that Donald Trump says, anything that anybody on the right says, allied to anything that anybody on the left doesn't say, is what you believe in. If the left say one thing, then they are automatically wrong, regardless of the subject, because they are lefties, socialists, snowflakes, communists, etc., and so on.
And attached to all of this, in my experience, is just stress that you've got to try and keep up with it and placate people and not avoid trying to upset them, like this individual. But also, language just seems to get so much more complicated now. So, for example, this word woke, which one hears.
Oh, God.
Well, essentially, Nick, I think it just means politeness.
Of course it does. Yes, that's. I was saying this before. Snowflake is just a name appended to somebody who is concerned about the welfare and is considerate to others. That's a snowflake. That is something to be decried. But for God's sake, I thought that used to be a positive thing. But because it is associated with the left, then anybody on the right will start grumbling about snowflakes as soon as you show compassion or consideration for other people.
I 100% agree. And I can't help but feel a lot of these people who are most pro-Brexit, most hate words like woke, most get upset about trans people using toilets, all those trite things, they're the people who could potentially do worse out of Brexit.
Well, this is the comical thing. I mean, if you want to find comedy in this, it's how ironic it is, because people have been persuaded to vote against their best interests, but to defend that decision against all criticism.
Which they're doing very...
Yeah. Well, they've been doing it for 3 years, calling me up and telling me I'm a stupid moron for even suggesting that it might be that leaving the European Union without a deal might have negative consequences, and they will continue to defend that, regardless of how many lose their jobs and how many lose their homes and everything else that there's going to be a consequence of it.
But also quite a lot of people entering the fight, shall we say, ringing you isn't a fight, but doing it without necessarily doing any research at all, even to support their own views, like that geezer earlier.
If you do research, then you're in danger of reading something that you don't agree with, so therefore they don't.
To avoid, inoculating themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Keep up the good work, anyway.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. Here is Leicester. Vicky.
Hi.
Hey, Vicky, you're so fine, you lose my mind. Hey, Vicky. Huh?
Now, I'm aged 75 years.
75 years old.
Yes.
Yes, you made it.
And I cannot believe the mess we're in.
Right.
It is unbelievable.
Well,
I cannot believe a word that any of them say.
You'd have to say that this has occurred on your watch, Vicky.
Yes. Now, what do we do?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, we've got this wretched virus. The numbers aren't really going down. We're being conned with that. And there's these people going out on these escapades tomorrow.
Escapades?
Yes.
Escapades?
Yes. I'm not going to say any more about that.
Okay, then.
These big meetings in parks.
Oh, right, escapade, because it sounded like a Christmas ice skating festival.
Yeah, an outing.
Escapades, yeah.
An outing.
Right.
So, I don't know. I am really, really worried. I don't know where this country's going. And as for Trump, well, you just don't mention it, do you?
Well, for somebody in my line of work, it's the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, at first I was amused, now I'm petrified. I wish
I'm petrified.
I wish we could have funny Donny back again, not authoritarian, fascistic, scary Donny. But that was always where we were going with this man, and so it shouldn't come as a surprise.
And then we've not even sorted Brexit out yet, have we?
I think that we have. The deal is no deal. It always has been.
Okay, all right. I'm absolutely fed up with it all. That's all I wanted to say. I am sick and tired of it all.
You're sick and tired of being sick and tired.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I just had to ring up and say that to you because I agree with everything you say.
Everything?
Well, nearly everything. Yeah, you do. You make me laugh.
Well, that's that counts for a lot. But don't believe everything I say, Vicky.
Well, I try not to. But listen, I sit in bed and I listen to LBC, listen to you, and I'm giggling, doing my word search.
Your word search?
Yes.
What's the word of the day?
Oh, God. Chaos.
Chaos?
Yes.
CHAOSEY.
No.
Huh?
Chaos.
Okay, Kayyoz.
No.
Kayyoz.
Affirmative.
Yeah, if you like. If you like, after you've had a glass of whiskey, that'll be
Yes.
fine.
Couple of 3 glasses of whiskey.
Yeah, that's what we all need, isn't it,
It's
kiddo?
an excellent way to start the day.
I say bugger it. I'm sorry, I'm swearing.
A
That's
little
very
bit,
naughty
yeah.
of me.
Don't ever do that again. But you,
I won't.
a person of
promise.
your seniority, can get away with it.
No,
All right.
yes, you must have respect for that.
Exactly. All right, well done. 75
All right,
years
my lovely.
old, so that's 2/3 of a century. Excellent, or thereabouts. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Vicky. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Chris texts. Have you heard the where is it? Oh yeah, have you heard the new Talking Sopranos podcast? Hosted by Bobby and Christopher, recapping every episode. Right up your street, he says.
Absolutely.
No, I have not. They recap every episode, but there's like over 100 episodes, isn't there? How could they recap every episode? I'm not sure I'd like that. It'd be a bit pulling the curtain back. I don't want to see what's behind the curtain. Yeah, you know, I've seen them over and over again. I've at least all the way through 5 times. And one of the things that I haven't seen are any outtakes. You know, on if you buy a boxed set, they will often have extras, which are outtakes. And I thought about it, and I thought, I don't want to see them, because that would be pulling the curtain back as well. I want to be completely convinced that those people are real, as I am when I watch it over and over again. This text says, Nick, there is an elephant in the room. That is a very disrespectful way to talk about Boris Johnson. He's lost a lot of weight. Oh no, I've got that wrong. He says, is there an elephant in the room tonight? For weeks you've been telling us about Sweden and their way of dealing with coronavirus, and you have said nothing tonight. You should report honestly, because if you have been saying that Sweden got it right, the man behind their policy says, I got it wrong. Well, not entirely. No, he didn't. That is fake news. He did not say he got it wrong. He said we might have done something better. Here is the actual statistics. Not statistics, it's got nothing to do with it. These are the actual words he's spoken. He said, this is Anders Tegnell, the epidemiologist who is leading Sweden's unique approach to this virus. He said, if we were to encounter the same disease again, knowing exactly what we know about it today, I think we would settle on doing something different in between what Sweden did and what the rest of the world has done. So that is not him saying, I got it wrong. Not the implication that texter is putting forward. In other words, we got it right. The rest of the world got it right and Sweden got it wrong is the implication of that text. But that's not what this Swedish epidemiologist is saying. When asked if too many people had died too soon, he said, yes, absolutely. Well, of course. Well, what's he going to say? No. However, he was unclear what Sweden should have done differently, and at a press conference later said that we basically still think that it is the right strategy for Sweden. So it is untrue that Dr. Anders Tegnell, the man behind Sweden's policy, said that they got it wrong. He said, yes, too many people died, but it'd be a pretty bold statement to say that, no, exactly the right amount of people died. In fact, not enough. He said, trying to guide the response was rather like steering an ocean liner, as every measure took 3 to 4 weeks to work its way through, which is one of the reasons why we have failed so spectacularly in this country, because of dithering. We decided on one thing and then dithered, panicked, freaked out, reversed back down the road we'd come to launch ourselves on another route, which, if it were to have a chance of success, we should have taken weeks, if not months, beforehand. But that's because we have an expert guided by science to lead us.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973. Tim in Manchester says, "Hi, Nick. On the 23rd of June 2016, you lost. Get over it." To all of the people that keep saying that, and have been saying it for 3 years now, "You lost, get over it," I always think the same thing. Sometimes I say it and sometimes I just think it. I think, actually, you probably lost more than I did. It's just that you will never admit it. Even the Daily Telegraph came out with a story about, was it Nissan that said, you know what, if you don't manage to fashion some sort of deal with the European Union, then that will put our presence in your country in jeopardy. If it wasn't Nissan, then I offer 1,000 apologies, but it was a company like that, Nissan or what are the other companies? Toyota, one of those. The companies upon which we depend. We depend on the kindness of strangers. And so many things they've said to justify their voting at that point. Well, first of all, it was going to be, the European Union need us more than we need them. So they will crawl across the carpet on their knees, begging us for a trade deal. How did that work out? And then it was, the German car manufacturers, they'll demand that the European Union gives us a huge and tremendous deal, gives us anything we want. And how did that work out? And then it was, we'll be able to replace the deal that we got with the European Union with America, as though we don't already trade with America. They're our biggest single trading partner already. What are we going to sell America that we don't already sell? You lost, get over it. As though, by implication, they won. What you won was the ability to be hoodwinked by people who I bet can't believe how easy it was to sow a campaign of misinformation that was so obviously fake. I bet they just wake up hugging themselves. I bet they wake up laughing. That they can't quite believe how easy this was. And people 3 years later, still in the face of all of the evidence that has come to light since then, still are clinging to the same stuff that was written on the side of a bus. God, you're still believing that. 0345 6060 973. I assume, though, Tim in Manchester, that you are a troll. Back under your bridge, troll. He's just written that for his own amusement, to make my blood pressure go up. I've heard it so many times, I am immune to it now. This is me in robot mode.
Affirmative.
Let's have Hampstead, Monty.
Hello, thank you for having me on the show. Quite enjoying your superlatives on the government. You seem to think that they've, just sort of laughing at us right now and making a proper mockery of all of this.
I think that there's some people who are at the top who really can't believe how easy this has all been.
Yeah,
I mean, of course, the coronavirus came along to screw it all up. That part's not easy at all. They're not enjoying that bit at all. But the bit before it, I bet they're stunned at how easy a mark we are.
Yeah. I guess they're probably thinking, this was quite easy.
Well, I bet they're probably thinking, you know what? We should have sold them a bridge. We should have sold them some Chinese Rolex watches while we were at it. Would you like to buy a £15 note? We got loads of them in the back of this van. God, they could have made a killing.
Yeah. It's just a sad case of when you guys have so much power that you can actually abuse it, but also they've got to they're probably thinking that they weren't challenged enough, or the public didn't really look into it more, like why should we vote for Conservative, why Brexit is really good for us, what if we have a no deal, what are these? I think the public just wanted Brexit, and I said they didn't really think about more about
it. But they didn't actually it wasn't Brexit. That's not what concerned them. It was concern of a tide of foreigners coming over. It's the same thing that got Trump into power. It's the same thing that the so-called evangelical Christians in America are. That's why they will never give up on Trump, because Trump is the wall that will protect them from the incoming wave of foreigners. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, and it's a cost of losing a lot of money on the economy.
But they don't think about that, because they've been told not to think about that. Everything's going to be huge and tremendous and fantastic. Haven't you heard? There's no problem with the economy, because we're going to get everything we want from the European Union and everything we want from America, and Britain will get everything we want forever because we're British. Damn it!
It appears that we're only allowed to celebrate the good things that the government are doing, and not really question anything that goes, that's not good.
No, because that's treasonous.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's funny, funny we were talking about these kind of things, because I think, I think SAGE, I think they're quite earlier. They did give the warnings, and apparently we're supposed to ignore them. It's when the government thinks it's the right thing to do.
Well, the warnings have been there for a good long while. The government was actually delivered very specific information about a forthcoming pandemic last year by a report that it funded, and told them precisely what they needed to do to protect themselves from a forthcoming virus. This was last year, and they ignored all of it.
Well, the reason they ignored it is because, don't you know, the Conservative Party, they're a superpower now, so they can do whatever they want, whenever they want. They don't listen to advice.
You can whoever wins writes history, and what we seem to be in the process of is rewriting. It's not even rewriting history; it's rewriting what's happening right now. We should be proud of our response to the virus, boldly said our dishevelled Prime Minister in the House the other day, when he was flailing around trying to defend himself and failing against the precision attacks by Keir Starmer. We should be proud of our response, he said, without apparent irony.
Well, don't you know we're investing another £2 billion for cycling? Cyclists is a new thing. Government's doing a great job in changing the mode of transport. That's something to celebrate.
And yet spending hundreds of billions. Yeah, have we got up to that point? If they say it's going to be 50 billion, you can believe it'll be 100 billion on HS2, which is a thing that at the point of delivery will be an old-fashioned mode of conducting business, because that's the reason that they're building it, not for people taking day trips to and from Birmingham. It's not for tourists. It's for business persons who are taking meetings now over Zoom on computer. They're not getting on a train and going all the way to London from Birmingham to conduct a meeting and then going all the way back again. That's ancient stuff now. Of course, it's an out-of-date mode of doing business. It will be out of date at the point of delivery. It should be stopped right now. It's insane that we're going ahead with HS2. But I guess a lot of people will be making a lot of money out of it, and it's too much loss of face to back out now.
Well, come on, mate. We already know this. We can't question the government. Like, whatever they do is
treason.
Great. Yeah. We've got to celebrate that.
You should support the government regardless of what insane route they're determined to go down. Yeah. Otherwise, it's treason. Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot, mate. I got to go.
Can't stand him.
This anonymous text says, Nick, why haven't you yet spoken about the BLM protests and the blatant breaching of all social distancing measures? Because this show is not a request show. I'll talk about whatever I blooming well like. Get your own show and talk about it if you want. It continues. Or, why haven't I talked about that? Or the fact that Labour MP Barry Gardiner felt it appropriate to get right in amongst it all, again defying all social distancing guidance, then brag about it on social media. Weren't you outraged about Dominic Cummings knocking about in the wood only a week or so ago? Well, think about that for a second. See, that this is a defence of Dominic Cummings. Apart from being an attack on me, it's a defence of Dominic Cummings because what about? It's another of those what about arguments. Yeah, never mind about Dominic Cummings. What about somebody else? Thereby shooting themselves in the foot, defeating their own argument. If they're defending Dominic Cummings from doing what we know he did, then how can you be outraged about Barry Gardiner? Now they're flipping it around, but because I haven't mentioned Barry Gardiner, there's a trillion things I haven't mentioned. Just because it's in your mind doesn't mean to say it's in mine. But it is one of the trillion things I haven't mentioned on this show. It's only a 3-hour show. Give me a break. And the obvious answer to this is that Barry Gardiner wasn't instrumental in making the rules that he broke. Dominic Cummings was. That's the point. But there's no point in illustrating the point because people aren't getting the point. They're getting either left-wing or right-wing. And in my experience, particularly right-wingers refuse to contemplate anything that is not a right-wing thought. You don't have to even tell them what the subject is. Just put me down for the most right-wing opinion you can possibly think of, and that will be my thinking on any given issue. So if Barry Gardiner did it, a Labour MP, it's wrong. If Dominic Cummings did it, a right-wing unelected, the unelected leader of the country, by many accounts, if he did it, then it's absolutely right and completely defensible. It's just amazing the stuff that's happened lately. I think it's probably Tony Blair's fault. Thanks a lot, Tony Blair. You see what you've done? He popped up again this week. So I do this? One moment, please. Let me get set up. You remember Tony Blair, don't you? No! Yes, that's him. Tony Blair urged the government to set up a mass testing programme which would see the bulk of the UK population checked for coronavirus, as he suggested it's the only way to prevent a second outbreak. Finally, a leader speaks. I'm no expert, which makes me qualified for any government position. But I would think that the idea that we only test those who are showing the symptoms of the virus is somewhat... What's a polite way of saying stupid? Unhelpful.
Yes.
Unhelpful. I mean, I'd like to know if I've had it, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that set your mind at ease if you knew that you'd had it? Of course it would. And it would allow us to open up more quickly and more safely. I mean, I can't believe it took an ex-Prime Minister to say it, instead of the current model, which, I think he needs a software update. Or a replacement, perhaps. We could replace him with a gonk. And apart from the better hair, would anyone notice the difference? Tony Blair said the government needs to make use of all available laboratory capacity and to support the rollout of rapid, on-the-spot, antigen and antibody checks. Seems blooming obvious to me. Antigen tests show if somebody currently has the coronavirus. Antibody tests show that if you've previously had the disease. And Tony Blair said that these tests must form a key part of the government's strategy moving forwards, as he called for mass testing to replace the current approach of targeted testing of people with symptoms. Spot on, Mr. Blair. The ability to test millions of people will provide the UK with an effective containment strategy, he said. He also insisted that Britain's testing efforts must be tougher than other comparable countries because the scale of its outbreak has been worse than some of the neighbours. God, can we get him back? It seems like the current crop need correction. Tony Blair said, "My view is that it's probably the single most important decision the government have got to take. I think they've got to go back to their original strategy published back in April, which was to have mass testing." He says they've departed from that and are now effectively only doing targeted testing, and I think that's going to make it much more difficult to get out of lockdown fast, and I think it's going to be, I would say, virtually impossible to make track and trace work effectively unless you are combining it with mass testing. Why aren't we doing that? Everybody would like to know if they've had it or not. I mean, I've got a dicky tummy about a month or so ago. Maybe more than a month. Kind of it was 2 months. And I'd love to be able to find out whether that means that I've had it or not. And whether I am now not in danger of passing it on to somebody else, or in fact getting it myself, assuming that you can't get it twice. But we can't know that. They only test you if you feel and look and sound and come across like you've actually got it. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? Blair said fast tests are now available to be purchased by the government and that there are many British companies that are making them. Probably those same British companies that are on the phone 24 hours a day to the British government who aren't picking up. Because, they're busy doing... God, I've got no idea. Rearranging their cocktail cabinet. Having nanny do it. Supervising nanny. Rearrange, like fluffing their cushions. Whatever it is they do in their time off. The government launched this NHS test and trace programme last week, which sees anyone with symptoms told to self-isolate and get checked. Hey, Boris, get checked. And I really mean that. If they test positive, their close contacts are then told to self-isolate, even if they don't have any symptoms. If they knew that they didn't have it, they wouldn't have to self-isolate. And then we'd be able to get the economy back open much, much more quickly. However, the rollout programme has, as you would expect, been beset with problems, with staff complaining that they don't have any work to do, while a critical contact tracing app has been delayed. Wow, who could have predicted that? A very complicated computer system organised by the government wouldn't work. Isn't that absolutely stunning?
No.
Blair said targeted testing and contact tracing will not be enough to prevent a second outbreak. He also expressed concerns that the UK is easing a lockdown at a time when it's in a worse position than other nations when they took similar steps. You know, the deaths up to the week in the week concluding the 2nd of the month, we had more deaths in this country than the whole of the rest of Europe put together. That's how bad it is here. He says it's not just a question of how we ease the lockdown today. My anxiety is what happens when there's a resurgence of the disease in October and November. Yeah, what are we going to do then? We're going to get locked down again? I mean, if it sparks up in London and Birmingham and Glasgow, and we're going to lock down pretty much the whole country again? We couldn't afford to lock down the first time. Blair said, I had to think it's almost 1,900 confirmed cases yesterday. That's more than France, Italy, Spain and Germany put together. He says our death rate's still significantly above others, and yet we are easing the lockdown. We're easing the lockdown in circumstances where we are in a worse position than comparable countries, and that's why our position on testing has got to be a lot tougher and better than other countries. A report by the former PM's think tank, the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, said the government must shift at speed to build the mass testing regime. It's just unfortunate that the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change does sound like something that James Bond would be fighting against. They meet in a volcano, do they? 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Just before we go to the news, this one says, Jeremy texts, did you ever wonder how many of the trolls telling you that you lost, get over it, are actually Carol McGiffin trying to wind you up?
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I did think about that. Thanks a lot, Carol. Take a short pause to smell the flora and the fauna. Not the fauna. Smell the flora, not the fauna. That could be very dangerous.
Warning, warning.
The fauna won't like it. Well, what a story. 57 police officers in Buffalo, New York have resigned from the force's emergency response team following the suspension of 2 officers who allegedly pushed a 75-year-old protester to the ground. They didn't allegedly do anything of the sort. They blooming well did it. I've seen the video. So have you, probably, over and over again. Some really tall old bloke got pushed to the ground. It felled him like a tree. And he started bleeding from his ear. An investigation is underway in a protest. An investigation is underway in a protest incident. Governor Andrew Cuomo called wholly unjustified and utterly disgraceful. The man was seriously injured. A video of the demonstration shows a row of officers walking toward the man and 2 pushing him. He falls over, his head hits the pavement, and it starts bleeding. And now Buffalo officers have quit. Not the actual police force, just the emergency response team. Well, maybe it would be a good time to fire them all. And you could get, better people to do the job. Wouldn't that be a good idea? To get better people to do the job. Just a thought. A revolutionary concept. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Portsmouth. Ali.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I think this coronavirus, somebody, somehow, somewhere, they created to target the older people to die. The reason why I say that, why is always targeting older people? Because they cannot breathe. They should have told us 6 months before to say, we created this virus to kill older people. Then we could be like shielded somewhere, somehow. But no any other country in the world, they advise us like that. And I'm worried about myself and about all the older generation.
Yeah, well, if it's any help, I'm worried about you too, but that doesn't have anything to do with you catching the virus. What are you talking about?
This virus is not just a virus, it's somebody created.
To kill older people.
Yes, that's because the human.
Why would they do that?
Because the human population is getting bigger.
Yeah.
And this planet cannot handle that many people.
Right.
And somehow they have to kill more people. I respect the younger generation, but that's what they do. They want to kill more people to more for the new generation.
Okay, I'll probably regret asking this, but who do you think is responsible?
Could be anyone. I'm not going to target one country. Could be anyone. Could be they had a meeting in France about the CO2 emission. Could be that. I don't know.
Well, it's probably the French, you think?
No, and it's not French. That happened in France, and the whole United Nations had a meeting in there.
Yeah.
Could be anyone. So
right.
I don't know, because they're hiding everything from us, from you, from me, from everyone, from our population. So they should have told us, we created that virus. If you're older than that age, we will kill you, basically.
Right. Yeah, they should have. They should have warned us. Yeah, you're quite right. I mean, if somebody is going to go to the trouble of creating a virus that's going to kill millions of old people, they should have just, sent out a memo, an email, perhaps.
Give us some sort of advance.
Yeah.
So their time's over, we will kill you in that time.
Right.
I had the coronavirus myself in 18th of December last year. I had it because I work in London every day.
Mm-hmm.
I had it, but I'm not that old to die. I survived.
Right.
But they should have told us.
Yeah, I know. They should have
that's fair.
posted
I
around.
don't think that would be.
Yeah, just pop the letter in the post.
Yeah, it's like a face mask. In the past 6-7 months, in all the world, they encourage people to wear face masks. Today or yesterday, they're telling us in the UK you have to wear face masks in the public transport. You knew that in the first place. Why did you tell us?
Well, I'm with you there, but only on that particular point. Everything else you've said doesn't seem to make any sense to me at all. But as long as it does to you, I guess that's the most important.
It may not make a sense now, but you may realise
eventually that I'll come to realise that you were right. I very much doubt that.
But I don't know. That's my opinion, my
well,
friend.
yeah, I know it's your opinion, but doesn't mean to say it's right.
In the first place?
Yeah, well, I'm with you on that. Yes, that seems to make perfect sense. I said it all along. Even if it doesn't help very much, even if it helps just a bit, then every little counts.
Exactly, but now they tell us you can make it your own at home.
Right.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have 40,000 people die in this country, and mainly the older people.
Yeah.
That's not fair. They pay taxes. They fought in the Second World War.
Not quite.
They
no.
fought for this country.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, there's old and there's old. I don't think there's many people who fought in the Second World War still, kicking around.
Even 5, isn't that 40,000 people? Even 5, that would make a huge difference for this country.
Yeah, I mean, but I do agree with you on that point. If the person or persons unknown could just have been polite enough to pop a warning in the post, perhaps, that their intention was to kill a lot of old people, then it would have been polite.
Yeah, Boris Johnson, he sent a letter, a 50 million letter in every household. They could have sent us that letter 3 months in advance.
Yeah, just to
the virus coming by.
Yeah, a heads up that the plan is to kill a lot of old people. I mean, that would have just been considerate.
Be polite.
Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. So he's had the virus already, but apparently it left him unscathed. It certainly hasn't affected his cognitive abilities in any way, shape or form. Let's have Buckinghamshire. Susanna, let's see what this one's like.
Hey, hello, Nick.
Yes, Susanna.
I have been hanging on for about an hour.
Hanging on the telephone like Blondie. Yeah.
Rock and roll! Only these, yeah. First time caller.
Welcome along.
Just wanted to actually, probably too late now, to actually go into about the chickens.
Chickens?
The chlorinated chickens.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm of an age when I was growing up in the 50s, 60s, chicken was a luxury.
Really?
Oh, yes, because we didn't have the big chicken farms.
Yeah.
Beef, roast beef on a Sunday, pucker.
But not chickens. You could have beef, but not chicken. Really, that's surprising. Huh.
Absolutely. Chicken was for your Easter Sunday. Your Christmas was a chicken.
Not turkey?
No, absolutely. Not in Scotland. Not up in Edinburgh, no.
I wonder why turkey... Ooh, did you get that? You did. Okay. Well, she felt very, very strongly about turkey. That's all. I mean, she's a nice lady. She waited a really long time to get on, and then she messed it up. Oh, well, never mind. Better luck next time. I think she got, perhaps, she arrived emotional.
Booze.
That may have had something to do with it. I don't know that that's true, but that is one assumption that is possible. It's either that or she just really, really doesn't like turkey. Still, you never heard it because we got rid of it before it reached the air, so you have no idea what I'm talking about. But just imagine somebody who feels so strongly about Turkey that they are fit to burst. 0345 6060 973. That's a shame because I actually wanted to have a chat with her about why chickens used to be a luxury item. You know, I think it'd be a benefit to the human race if we went back to meat being a luxury item instead of just the cornerstone to every meal 3 times a day. I think we eat too much meat. Meat. Wouldn't it be better if we just ate less of it? I'm not suggesting we all go vegetarian, but just eat a bit less of it. That's all. I think buy better and less. And that's true of everything. You know, if there's one thing that could, well, there are many good things that could come out of the misery that we've just gone through. It would be quite tragic, actually, if we went through that misery and got nothing positive out of it. But if we went through that misery and were determined to maintain a low pollution level in the air, that would be a good thing. If we went through that misery and determined not to commute in and out of work, that insane scramble twice a day, that would be better. If we travelled less, would be better. If we were satisfied with buying less stuff we don't need with money we haven't got, it would be better. And if we ate less meat, I think it might be better. It might be better for the human race if we ate less but bought better. But we don't. We're addicted to cheap, unfortunately. Cheap in the short term, not cheap in the long term. Expensive in the long term is what cheap in the short term often is. But the human race is not very good at dealing with a long-term problem. All of our instincts are based on dealing with short-term problems, which is what will do for the human race eventually. Short-termism. We're like frogs, really. You can boil us, but don't put us into boiling water because we will react strongly to that. But if you put us into cool water and turn it up, turn the heat underneath it up so that we boil slowly, we won't notice. That's us, that is. Bunch of frogs. Says Nick, HS2 is actually very much needed. Do you know how much it costs to get from London to Birmingham or Manchester? It's expensive because the existing railways are at capacity. You can't fit any more trains on them, so the fares stay high. HS2 sorts that. If you don't believe me, look it up yourself. I certainly will do nothing of the sort. Well, I've been from London to Birmingham on many occasions, and it cost me on each one of those occasions about £5. Now, I know that was off-peak. I do not travel as a business person. I was going there for my amusement. And Birmingham is a fine town. I like it a lot. But it was £5. £5 there and a £5 back. Manchester I haven't been to in a good long while. But HS2, the point of HS2 was for business persons. It was for business. To grease the wheels of business, going back and forth for very, very important business meetings, which we can do over the computer now. I mean, this is one of the things that we have learned, that people working from home actually do work. Previously, bosses were concerned about allowing people to work from home because they assumed that they'd spend all day drinking Stella and watching television. But it's quite likely that people will work harder at home. For a start, they won't have the hour commute there and back. They could work those hours instead, and they'd be more rested, more functional as a work unit. HS2 is not needed anymore. It's a white elephant. There won't be the same amount of traffic going from London to Birmingham and back. What would be a better use of the money, perhaps, would be to go not up and down vertically, but to go horizontally across the middle of the country. Leeds, Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool. Those are the places that might benefit more from being connected. Not London to Birmingham. Business persons aren't going to be doing that trip. They're going to be Zooming each other, which is not remotely as exciting as it sounds. Shane texts, roll on next week when we start testing everybody entering the country. Simply brilliant idea. Well done, government. Now, it's impossible to tell tone when you're reading out a text. I can only assume that you're being sarcastic. It is a good idea 2 months ago. It is a late idea now. It would have been a better idea before 20 million people poured into the country from the virus hotspots and brought it here, unimpeded. It would have been a better idea to do it then, before the horse bolted to shut the gate. But just by the simply brilliant idea part of that sentence, I assume that you are either trolling me or you're being ironic. Either way, good work, Shane. Lorna texts, the death rate is high in this country not because of government advice, but because of idiots who abuse it. You won't be reading this out. That's just so ridiculous, Lorna. Of course I won't read it out. I'm a Ramona snowflake. The death rate is high in this country not because of government advice, but because of idiots who abuse it. Lorna, if you're flailing around calling everybody an idiot, you're the idiot. People did not die because they were ignoring government advice. People died just because it was a bad roll of the dice. It was an unlucky day for them when they caught it from somebody who had no symptoms, who they passed by in a supermarket or in a packed bus on the way to work. They weren't idiots. God. Alan in Basildon says, why do you continually keep quoting the opinions of a war criminal? No one cares what he says or does. Give it a rest, says Alan. Another one of these fury mongers. Oh my God, somebody on the left said something. Kill! William in Newcastle says, society will have to think long-term and bring on a simplified, no-frills economy. It's the only way to get past this crisis and the ecological one. Yeah, the ecological one's been put on the back burner. Not that it was ever on the front burner, but it's become much, much more easy to ignore. But it's this tsunami wave of chaos that's coming towards us. I mean, we've done a little bit of good in us staying in for a couple of months. I mean, nature has stretched its arms and has retaken space that we flushed it out of. You see more animals out, there's more birds, the air's cleaner. I don't know that this is true, but the flowers seem to be more abundant this year, don't they? Maybe it's a bit quick for that to have had an effect, but it's coincidental. But yeah, we've been kinder to the environment just by dint of us not being in it. And we should take that forward. We should continue being more respectful of the place that we live in, because anything else makes no sense. But I have absolutely no faith in our ability to do that, because I think we'll go straight back to doing the same stupid old things that we did before, and we'll continue be shooting ourselves in the foot, because that seems to be the human condition. St Ives, Brenda.
Hello, Nick.
Brenda.
You're a breath of fresh air. You just make everybody laugh. I just wish you were on every night.
Well, I've only got so much energy, Brenda. Two nights a week is just fine for me.
No, and I look forward to it. But no, I just like to know whether you love being treated like a 2-year-old by this government. Exactly.
Well, yeah, I would quite enjoy being treated like a 2-year-old. They could feed me, bathe me, powder my bottom. Wouldn't that be marvellous?
What, Boris? Lovely.
No, not him personally, but he could send his missives around, you know.
The gong, as you called him.
Yeah.
No, I just like to say, today, having heard Matt Hancock explain that everybody in hospitals will be required to wear a mask.
Yeah.
This is should have happened 8 weeks ago. Everybody in the hospital should have had masks provided. All this delayed stuff, I believe, is the fact that they had no PPE. They now haven't got masks to give out, so they've got a bit of time to stockpile some masks for these extra health workers.
Yeah, they're telling us not to have, medical grade masks because the medical profession need them. I mean, for crying out loud, have they not sorted that yet?
Oh, didn't we know that? Didn't we know as people that would be one of the first priorities? The other thing, like you just mentioned, for the last month, I can't get my head around this quarantine now, and I think Priti Patel needs to be hung, drawn and quartered.
Well, let's not get carried away. How about admonished? Can we settle on admonished?
Well, that's a nice word, thank you. No, when you think of all those thousands that came back from skiing holidays in March...
20 million people poured into this country with no checks of any kind whatsoever. From Italy they were coming, which was the European hotspot. From China they were coming, which was the world hotspot. From America they've been coming. Every day, millions and millions of people have poured in with absolutely no idea where they went.
No, so the only conclusion I can come to is that loads of Chinese people are going to flock to the UK, so they're putting this quarantine in because they're Chinese.
Well, it's all a bit too late, isn't it? But what was absolutely priceless was Matt Hancock saying yesterday that, as though it had just dawned on him, he said, well, we've learned that those working in hospitals are more likely to contract the virus. Gosh, really? Has that just occurred to you, Matt Hancock?
He's so clever, isn't he? He is so brilliant. They actually load of wet lettuces. They really are, and I think the public are just sick to death of it. And then it's called using your common sense.
Well, there's precious little common sense about. There's nothing common about it, as you know.
Absolutely no common. Yeah. There you go.
All right. Thanks a lot, Brenda.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
0345 6060 973. Yeah, I actually laughed out loud when Matt Hancock said that. One thing we've learned, he says, is that those working in hospital are more likely to contract the virus. As though a bell had just gone off in his mind. Wow, I've just had this thought. Excellent work, Health Secretary. If the Cabinet was an actual pool of talent, it would not be deep enough to drown in. Unless that's an unkind thing to say, in which case I withdraw it. Whew. The stuff that goes on, it is bending my mind. This is the sound of my mind being bent. Right, now pretty soon we're going to be going over to the scenes in Whitehall to check in with our reporter who's been there all day and I believe is still unable to leave, but we'll see what he has to say. The story is that despite the majority of protests that have taken place in London and the rest of the country, of course, violence did erupt at about 7 o'clock at Whitehall, despite the fact that they had remained peaceful throughout most of the day. One man hurled a bike at a police horse, causing it to bolt and charge down Whitehall. And as you've heard, it appeared to have made its way back to its stables unaided. That's a smart horse. The officer who was riding it, however, fell from the saddle and was pictured seemingly unconscious on the ground. Riot police were apparently forced to guard Downing Street after flares were hurled over the security gates. Police in riot gear charged at the crowd there, followed by officers on horseback. For 10 minutes, missiles, including fireworks and bangers, were thrown at police, who formed a line across the road. And police in riot helmets and shields then replaced uniformed officers who had earlier stood guard outside the gates to Downing Street. And demonstrators piled into Parliament Square in Westminster, and after hearing speeches and taking part in a minute's silence, part of the crowd, quite a sizable crowd, 10, 15,000, something of that order, broke off and marched towards the Home Office, calling for justice for victims of the Windrush immigration scandal. Similar protests were seen in Manchester and Cardiff, Leicester, Sheffield. Events occurred in Glasgow and many other places around the country. One of the more interesting entries on social media today caught my eye, and it's the artist Banksy, who I don't really have a lot of time for. He looks more like a cartoonist to me, but the thing that he put up today I thought was really quite good. Alongside a picture of a vigil candle setting fire to an American flag, he wrote this: "At first I thought I should just shut up and listen to black people about this issue. But why would I do that? It's not their problem, it's mine. People of colour are being failed by the system, the white system, like a broken pipe flooding the apartment of the people living downstairs. The faulty system is making their life a misery, but it's not their job to fix it. They can't. No one will let them in the apartment upstairs. This is a white problem, and if white people don't fix it, someone will have to come upstairs and kick the door in," he says. I thought that was pretty good. Now, Matthew Thompson is on the line and is in the area. Let's see if we can talk to him now. Matthew.
Hello, Nick. You can hear me?
I can.
Good, yes, I am still kettled in by the police, although they're not calling it kettling now. They're calling it a cordon around the cenotaph in central London. The atmosphere here is still fairly calm, but also a little bit tense. It does feel like at any moment there are little isolated flare-ups. People are getting a little bit cold, a little bit frustrated that the police are not letting us out of this ever-shrinking cordon that they've hemmed us all into. And just a moment before I came on air, there was a brief scuffle between police and protesters, as a few of them almost trying to test the line of police and see whether they could make a breakthrough and butt it against a few of the police officers before being rebuffed. And so there's a little bit of a standoff happening a couple of metres away from me as I speak. But apart from that, I think the prevailing sense here is people are a little bit fed up, a little bit cold, and they would rather just go home. There was a chance a moment ago of let us go, let us go. And I have spoken to one of the commanding officers here who told me vaguely what the plan is as they push us into the right direction that they want us by shrinking this cordon. Eventually, we don't know where, but eventually a hole, a breach in the line will open up through which they will funnel us out and we'll all be asked to leave. And I think once it gets to that stage, there are sufficient numbers of people here who would really rather just get out of here. Hopefully that will mean that everyone drifts away in the direction that the police want us to go, and fairly swiftly and peacefully.
Well, give us an idea of how many people are there with you.
So at the moment, it's hard to guess exactly, but I would have thought it's a couple of hundred, perhaps 200 or 300. Nothing like the numbers that we saw earlier today. I've been here from 1 o'clock, and there were several thousand people here throughout Parliament Square and Downing Street earlier this afternoon. It's much reduced crowd now, and I wouldn't even say it's a holdout of hardcore people. There have been clearly some quite violent scuffles earlier on today. I saw one gentleman approach the line of police who were fortunately all wearing helmets and riot gear and proceed to try and batter them with what looked like a 2-metre-long wooden log. And there have really been some quite violent scuffles. The cenotaph, of course, itself, the memorial to Britain's war dead, has been defaced and graffitied on the 76th anniversary of D-Day, which some people are taking rather large exception to on social media. But broadly speaking now, even if there was a little bit of violence and a little bit of troublemaking, I think that is slowly ebbing away as it's getting dark, it's getting cold, and people would really rather just go home.
What's the stated reason for keeping you there?
Well, the stated reason is I don't know. The police just told me that they had their orders and that's what they were, and no one could quite give me what the overarching strategy was. But it is a cordon that's been set up. Initially, what it did was it divided the protest in two. So it cut a knife through the protest just outside of Downing Street, and it forced half of the crowd back, and they retreated under the police pressure up towards Trafalgar Square and then dispersed. And then the other half of the crowd where I am was then cut off from Parliament Square by a second line of police, and then they proceeded to wrap us in a police cordon where they've held us now for probably an hour and a half, if not longer. And presumably, as I say, the plan is to eventually give us an exit through which we can all be funneled out and go home. But I think possibly part of the strategy was simply to calm things down. It was getting out of hand. There were, charges of police horses up and down Whitehall. There were bottles flying. There were violent scuffles. And it has worked to some extent. It has divided, shrunk the crowd, and now kept everyone here in the cold for long enough that I think it has taken some of the fizz, some of the aggression out of the crowd. The risk, though, I have to say, Nick, is that as they hem us in tighter and tighter and people get more and more frustrated, that it starts to spill again. So I would have thought timing here will be crucial, and I would hope that soon we'll be given the exit. Otherwise, people are really going to start having frayed tempers, and it might descend even further into chaos.
And as far as you are aware, is the crowd that you're in the only one that remains?
As far as I can see, it is, yes. I think we had a couple of LBC reporters, my colleague Rachel Venables, who was out in another half of the crowd, and she was reporting that crowd had now largely dispersed. So I can't really see much further up Whitehall from where I am standing, but it feels to me as though, especially from other LBC colleagues, that this is really the remaining rump of the protests, and that this is all that's left. And the big question, I suppose, is when they do let us out of here, will the protesters filter slowly and quietly into the night, or will it escalate again into another protest in another place that will require another bout of police cordoning and police action? It remains to be seen, but we can only hope that we've seen the last of it and it will start to drift away.
And as far as you saw today, was there a spark that set off the violence? Did it appear to happen spontaneously? Was there an element of planning about it? How did you feel about that?
Just impossible to say from where I was at the time. I mean, there was a spark because all of a sudden it went from a sort of simmering, angry protest into an outright violent one. And I just don't know whether that was an action from one of the police officers who might have done something to escalate it, or whether it was a protester who perhaps threw something or even threw a punch. But certainly there's been a bit of back and forward for the rest of the afternoon, and it has sort of ebbed and flowed. There's been spikes of violence that have then subsided again to a sort of tense calm, and it's in one of those periods of tense calm now, but it has been for some time. So I think it has been ebbing and flowing, and it has sort of come off the simmer, if you like, and then it now is sort of hopefully calming down. But I just don't know what the initial cause was. Certainly every time the police have made a move, that has prompted a reaction in the crowd. So when they cordoned us off, when they blocked our exit, there was a surge of protesters who suddenly realised they were about to be bottled in, and they made a sort of last dash for freedom, if you like. And that prompted a real clash between police and protesters, perhaps the most violent moment I've seen of the day so far. So there is definitely a police action crowd response dynamic, but it's just impossible to say who triggered the whole thing in the first place.
Has there been any acknowledgement from the police that it is somewhat ironic that they're on the one hand telling people to maintain social distance and on the other hand squashing you in ever closer to each other?
No, that's a very good point, but no, it hasn't been observed. I mean, I suppose what the police would say, I did catch an exchange a moment ago between a protester and the police, and the protester was saying, well, you're not social distancing, and the policeman said, well, look, you guys all came out today, I'm here at work, and you guys have been breaking social distancing since 1 o'clock. So, there is a little bit of the social distancing went out the window a long, long time ago before the police tried to move us into this position. But you're quite right to say that, it's probably not a healthy place for us all to be crammed in 200 or 300 people into an ever-shrinking space. And you can only hope the police will eventually let us all out.
Well, I wish you all the best. Thanks very much for the time. That is our reporter on our texts. What idiot threw the bike at a police horse? I hope they go to prison. Is this how these people want to put the message across that Black Lives Matter? People like this idiot don't help. Well, yeah, that's undoubtedly true. Yeah, it doesn't help. And, of course, the press will concentrate on those pictures because those are the exciting pictures. Pictures of people peacefully demonstrating won't sell as many papers as pictures of people rioting. Nicola says there should be specific charges for people who harm police animals and all animals. I think there are. Islington, Adam.
Hi, good evening, Nick.
Adam.
Thank you very much for taking my call about this really important topic I want to discuss with you. I'm from a BAME background myself, and I'll just get straight to it. I'm a psychotherapist in training. I worked in corporate law. I still do. I'm doing my part-time training I'm doing. And the truth is, Nick, my biggest concern about society right now, not just about America, but here as well, is I do feel white people are uncomfortable talking about race. And what they don't seem to realise is British black people need that discussion. They're tired of being part of the statistics. If you ask any of them, they'll say questionnaires are asked, their thoughts are asked, but there needs to be open dialogue and discussion at not just top level, not Theresa May saying, black youths are unlikely to go to school and white youths, real discussion in terms of education, career, society. And it's interesting because, when I was younger, I had more black and Asian friends, but I've noticed that post-university, most of my friends are now middle-class white English, and they're lovely. All my friends are very open-minded and intelligent, and I'm not blowing you on trumpet, but I find that in you as well. I think you're very open-minded and nice to listen to, and you're willing to have difficult conversations, but I can't tell you and stress enough, black British young people, they're just struggling in the career world. And the more I'm seeing the unconscious bias, because that's a big element to it, the more that is just left to carry on. My concern is there won't be progress. And I spoke to you years ago about this, and I said to you how when I was at university, there were some black people in my course. There were black people at university, but when it came to the corporate world especially, and I have to rate the corporate world, I think there's elements of people trying, but I just don't see representation of black Brits. And I don't know what to make of it anymore. And I think if I feel like that as a British Asian BAME person who's had to adapt, I mean, what do young black Brits who don't have the luxuries I did, I had a lot of benefits, and I don't know what you think, Nick. Is there something systemic here? Do people not want to discuss race? Is it uncomfortable? What's your thoughts?
Well, I wasn't aware that people weren't comfortable talking about it. There may be an element of white people just don't see it. They don't see it because they don't experience it, because they don't have black friends, because they don't really mix with people who are of a different social class, for instance, who are in different kind of jobs, in much the same way as an aristocrat won't understand the experience of a working class person, for instance, because they just don't know any of them other than they're the gardener.
But Matt, thank you, Nick. But Matt, your colleague, he had a really great guy who was MBA psychologist, and he said, he confirms what you just said, but he also says how the unconscious bias element, which is very true, is that just because it hasn't affected us, we don't think it exists.
Yeah.
That's the problem. But then how do we tackle that? Isn't it not about dialogue and giving a platform to young black boys, going to schools, making sure there's programs to say, let's take you to the big banks, let's take you to the hospitals, let's see what career options are available for you? Because I've spoken to young black people when they're students, and they always feel society doesn't look at them the same way society looks at white or Asian people. And if that perspective is not changed, there'll be no improvement for them. And I'm not trying to say it's white people's fault or society's fault. There is elements of family, there's a family structural issues that I've not tapped into, but I do believe that there's issues in the home with those who have come from poor working class. I mean, it even affects white working class children who are the least likely to go to university. But I guess, Nick, my concern is it's static, and I'm worried that with George dying, yes, there's all this protest now and it's brought this to the fore, but do we really want another 2 years of nothing and then all of a sudden again more criminal activity or, violent reaction? My police officer friends have also been attacked, innocently. These are British coppers, and I asked them, how do you feel about this? And to be honest with you, they've opened, and they're ethnic, right? They said, I totally sympathise with what's happened to George. It's disgusting, but we're not American police. We haven't behaved that way. We're not doing that. So why they get attacked? My concern is it's going to become a toxic situation, and I just don't know where to begin.
Well, I think the police get attacked because it's not about the individual; it's about the uniform representing authority.
You're right.
That's
You're
the
right,
reason.
Nick.
Plus, they're there. They're right there in front of you, pushing in the opposite direction. That's why they get attacked. It's not necessarily a personal thing. It's just a representation of the man.
Yeah. So I really want to share that with you and your audience tonight, because I'm worried as a trainee psychotherapist who plans to support people from working class backgrounds. I don't know if you're aware, but psychotherapists charge a lot of money. I'm talking £100 an hour. And that's the other thing I've got worried about, that mental health challenges for working class, not just black, but working class white kids, black kids, working class people who don't have the time to wait 8 months on the waiting list for NHS. And my peers, whenever they've got problems, big corporates will pay for your psychotherapy. And so there's a disparity in terms of when we have health issues. It seems like when you have the financial capital, you will just get better quicker.
Well, that's
what if you don't have the access?
That's
Nick?
always the case. If you've got money, then you will get special treatment. It's not a surprise. It's the same here and everywhere.
And lastly, can I just ask you, because I really respect you, and I really mean this, that I hope this is something you will discuss once in a while, because I don't think enough people are doing it.
All right, well, good to talk to you. Thanks a lot, Adam. 0345 6060 973. Beckenham, Lloyd.
Yeah, hello, Nick.
Lloyd.
I'm in agreement with a lot of what your last caller said. What I wanted to say is, to be honest, today I've been really sort of emotional about what's been going on, and the reasons why is, if I can put into context, a lot of our Boris Johnson and whoever has been describing this COVID as a war. We're at a war. We're in war against COVID.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. And now we've got these demonstrations. So you've got demonstrations while we're at war. Okay. We've had demonstrations for years, and we have, I think, British society, I'm not going to talk about America because I've never lived there, has moved on. I'm a black 54-year-old black man, and I've seen progress, but I have to admit, not enough. And I'll give you instances. Your colleagues, I've been quite fortunate. I do all right in life, but still yet I see things where I think this shouldn't be happening. I don't think we should be throwing the blame at the police force, because, listen, I've had it really bad experiences with police officers. I know and worked with, I'm not a police officer myself, with police officers that, to the point that if I ever got married and I had a big enough budget, I'd invite them. They're decent people. So you've got good and bad in all organisations. But within organisations, you do have racists, and they're not really tackled. For instance, I've been part of diversity courses for various banks. I won't put any names in. And I've had the person who's prompted these courses saying, if we have these courses, then we tick a box. So if somebody makes a claim, we can say that we've done everything we can.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Covering themselves legally, yeah.
Exactly. A couple of... Because, listen, I think we're moving in the right direction, but listen, I do think this is a conversation we should be having all the time. I'm upset. What upsets me about the government, I've not heard in any senior minister's tone about these protests the tone of empathy that I can see right at this moment. We have something we really have to address.
Well, when you say that we are going in the right direction, what is it that makes you say that?
Oh, listen, when I was young, right, when I was 10 years old, I walked up Sussex Way in Islington, and a police officer pulled me across for no reason and hit me over my head with a helmet. And he could get away with that. And I was bleeding from my head. That couldn't happen now.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, if I was 10, I was 10 then. Oh. Listen, I'm saying, black men, women get pulled over for no reason. We have progressed, but I'm saying not far enough. I see the conversations I have. 20 years ago, I was studying at drama school, and I used to work in theatres, as front of house staff. And there was a local pub we all used to go to, and the woman there was like a second mum to me, Mary. She used to give me, if I bought food, they'd give me extra food. And I was drunk so much one night, she let me sleep on her pool table. One evening, we were getting on so well, really well. And she hugged me and she goes, I really like you, Lloyd. You're not like a black person.
Wow.
It broke my heart. And I've never, ever confronted her about it because I don't know how to do that. And I've only been in a pub when I've been in a theatre near there. But you know when the carpet's being pulled from under your feet, And I'll give you one example as well. When I was at drama school, we was doing a production of Guys and Dolls. And listen, I'm a black man. I sing like a strangled frog. I dance like I've got two left feet. And I was absolutely messing up the routines, and my singing was off and everything. And I remember in my dinner break, my singing teacher, my dance teacher, came up to me and sat down and said, Lloyd, don't try so hard. This will come really naturally to you.
Well,
and I thought, I don't dance properly, and I'm not a good singer. And do you know how much pressure that put on me? If I didn't know the routines and couldn't do it, I thought they'd think I'm lazy because this should be natural. And it wasn't, because I'm just not a good dancer.
Right. Okay, well, some people have it and some people don't. I'm sure that you excelled in other ways. Well, I don't know that that's the case, but please tell me that you excelled in other ways.
Yeah, I did.
There you go. Well, as we heard from our reporter at the scene, things are considerably calmer than they were earlier on today. The story is that thousands of anti-racism protesters gathered across the UK, in London and many other towns, defying calls from ministers and police chiefs to avoid mass gatherings, which means it's somewhat ironic that at the end of the evening people were being kettled ever closer by those very police chiefs. Crowds of mostly young people heard speeches in Parliament Square first off in London, declaring the beginning of the end of institutional racism. That was the declaration anyway. They observed a minute's silence on one knee to commemorate black people killed by police in the UK and the US. Some demonstrators then marched to the Home Office to demand justice for the Windrush generation. A larger group remained in Westminster. Others converged on the US Embassy, with physical distancing mostly impossible because of the depths of the crowds throughout the capital. Protesters called for education at an early age about colonialism in schools and an end to the disproportionate use of stop and search, among other things. About 15,000 people estimated to have demonstrated in Manchester. Thousands more attended protests in Sheffield, Glasgow, Cardiff, Leicester, Milton Keynes and many other towns and cities in the UK to demand an end to systemic racism. And, of course, in solidarity with George Floyd, the black man who died after a white police officer knelt on his neck in Minneapolis almost a fortnight ago, which was the spark that started all this on both sides of the Atlantic. This text says, bash the white people, Nick. How predictable. I don't really know how to respond to that, other than to just move along. Ranjit, Oldbury.
Hi, Nick. You okay?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Yeah, I don't really know where to start, but, you know, I'm 54 years old, Asian, born in this country, yeah? Okay. I don't think nothing's really changed in the last of my adult life, because the institutions and the establishment is where the problem is. Now, my children are in their 20s, yeah? If I use any kind of derogatory language or racist language, you know, not knowingly, I will get pulled over by them and saying, Dad, you can't say that. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, racism, when I'm walking down the street, people first they don't see a British person, they see a brown person. You know? I could be walking with a white person who's from Australia, New Zealand, America. I'm going to get targeted. Go back to your own country. That person isn't. That's the first thing that needs to change.
Well, do you get that a lot?
Not. I wouldn't say excessively, but I do get really nice people saying to me, "Are you going home for your holidays this year?" And then what would you want me to say to them? I say, "Well, to Smethwick, which is like the town next door," and then they feel embarrassed, right? So what do they see when they say, Ranjit, are you going back for your holidays? Do they see Ranjit that was born in Birmingham, or do they see Ranjit that was born probably in India or somewhere like that? Now, I'm trying to keep away from what happened in America. It's happening all the time. And the other thing is, I want to say a lot, but I have to be careful. When black people are killing black people, the establishment doesn't care. But when a black person kills a white person, you have candle vigils, you have loads of stuff. But those lives matter. Every person is a human being, right? Now, the government all around the world have suppressed a certain amount of people, and I can see where this is going in the next 20 years. The working class, right, from all backgrounds, whether you're white, yellow, orange, you're all going to be suppressed, because if you was to go to a playground, Nick, and watch 10-year-old, if you was blindfolded and went into a playground where all children are playing, you will not see colour, because they all love each other. These things are ingrained in them, yeah, from politicians, and the main one being the yellow man, the orange man in America, and this idiot from this country following him. Now, I was watching the news last night. He says George Floyd is in a better place, and he's looking down onto America and saying it's a better place. Well, Mr. Trump, you explain to me what way is it better from last week to this week? All those people that have been hurt, all those buildings that have been destroyed, and he's still got the arrogance, yeah, of to pick up a Bible, thinking he's Moses, right, parting all the rioters, walking down and saying he's, cock of the town. Who does he think he is? People then will emulate him, yeah, and they think it's okay to call me the P word, yeah, to call people the N word, and it's just going to carry on, and it needs to stop. It's the establishment that needs to change, because they're not affected by it, Nick.
I think that things have changed more significantly. Well, see, it's impossible for me to tell because I couldn't be more white. I'm practically see-through. I'm so white. But I would say that things have changed more significantly in this country than they have in America, where things don't seem to have changed at all since I first spent a lot of time there in about 1980. and I travelled around the states from New York to Oregon, going through the southern states. Okay. And the one thing that I did notice was that people were really, really open and friendly and warm to me, and a white guy with a funny accent, which they thought was cute, and they just wanted me to say things. And the overriding sense I got from those states, particularly the southern states, was these people are really nice, but I'm glad I'm not black doing this trip on my own, because then I just got the sense that I might actually be in trouble.
That's what I'm trying to say to you. If you and I was walking down anywhere, say in America, both of us went to America, we're both British, yeah? Which one of us is going to get racially discriminated? It's going to be me, because the first thing they see is colour. And then they start making their assumptions from there.
And the videos that you see of contretemps, for want of a better word, of white people being presented with black people who aren't doing anything that would get a white person in trouble, and they're calling the police on them. The bird watcher in New York, that extraordinary woman who called the police on a man who was telling her to put her dog on a lead. She was in the wrong, he was in the right, and she called the police on him. Black guys using the swimming pool in their own apartment complex, getting the police called on them because an entitled white woman didn't think that they belonged there. I mean, all these bizarre things that you think, was that really happening today? It is, but it's happening there. I'm not sure that it's happening to a similar extent here. Have we not moved on a bit more than that here?
We have moved on a bit more, yeah. Okay, when in the 80s, when we was growing up, we used to say, help the police, beat yourself up. Yeah, that was our phrase in Birmingham, yeah. No, honestly, that was our phrase, yeah. If you speak to anybody from Birmingham who's in their 50s, it was prominent. Okay, where it's changed, yeah, is because of new laws are brought in, yeah. Now, say if you are an employer, but you're racist, you're wearing a tie and a suit, you're sitting behind the desk, you interview Ranjit, yeah, and Ranjit is quite fit enough to do that job that he's applied for, but you turn around and say, Ranjit, sorry mate, you haven't got the experience, but you hire a white person. Now, that's going to affect me a lot more than some idiot walking down the street and calling me the P word, yeah? Because you, by not giving me the job that I deserve, you are stopping my progress. But someone swearing to me across the road, it just shows how ignorant they are and how stupid they are. And those people, it's short term. If I went to the bank to get a loan and I was refused because of my colour, yes, you can report these things, but covertly, Nick, I think it's not as big as it was in the 70s or the 80s, but it is still there.
Right. I mean, so you're saying it is less overt and just more insidious.
Yes. Now, how would you explain to somebody if somebody says to me, "Are you going?" What would they mean by that? Are you going home for your holidays?
Well, okay, but all right, but okay. I'm in a difficult position to comment on that, but I would think that would probably be the least of the problems to highlight about the issue that we're talking about. I mean, it doesn't sound like they were trying to be unpleasant to you. It was just them trying to make sort of stumbling over and being clumsy with trying to make conversation. No.
No, Nick, I'm not offended by it. Don't get me wrong. This is a very nice person, yeah, and that he dropped a clanger, okay, but it's happened a few times. I mean, when I used to drive trucks, people used to say to me, "Are you Indian or Pakistani?" I says, "What you mean? I'm British." Well, I said, "Why do you ask?" They say, "Well, you all look the same," and this really got to me. Then one day I said to this one guy, I said, "Tell me, are you English or Irish?" He says, I'm English, I'm Irish. He goes, why you ask? I says, because you all look the same to me, right? So sometimes with these people, you have to use a bit of reverse psychology, yeah? And a lot of people open their mouth without thinking. And yes, this old man was probably being nice to me, trying to make, but if you think deep into his mind, what is he actually still thinking?
Well, no, I would pick my battles in this regard. I would just let that go and concentrate on the serious stuff. But thanks a lot, Ranjit. I appreciate the call. Mike in Twickenham text, I wonder what would have happened if the 75-year-old knocked off his feet and badly injured had been black, not a mention about the poor chap. If you're talking about the man in America, I can't remember quite which town it was, but I mean, the video is quite well known now. And he's a very tall, elderly white chap who gets pushed by some police officers. They fell him like a tree. He hits his head on the pavement and blood starts coming out of his ear. And the police walk by. In fact, one of them looks like he wanted to either shout at him or give him some extra until he was pulled away by one of his colleagues. The police then, the two that were allegedly responsible, were then, I believe, suspended, not fired, and the rest of the entire rest of the force quit. Not the actual the police force itself. They quit this special force that they, I think, volunteer to take part in. They quit in protest at the treatment of the two officers, and then they started to disseminate the tale that what we saw we didn't see. So it's a very bizarre situation there, and I don't honestly know what you mean that there's not been a mention about the poor chap, because he's been all over the news. People do have selective attention, don't they? Rihol, France.
Hi there, Nick.
Yes,
Hello.
Rihol. Where in France are you?
Well, you pronounced it Bordeaux the last time I called, but it's Bordeaux.
No, I didn't. I don't think we've ever spoken before.
We have spoken many times. I'm just very forgettable.
Right.
Hey,
All right.
yeah, it's very somber, the news tonight. Do you remember not too long ago all the laughs everybody was having on your show talking about goats and where the expression "get your goat" comes from?
Well, that's ancient history now, yeah.
Yeah. No, I wanted to criticise some of the anti-white racism I've heard today, and to criticise the unfair attitude of some of the protesters towards the police. I was very upset, by the murder of George Floyd. It was really horrible. And, we must all feel for him because he's a fellow human being, like all of us, whatever our colour. And I really find it very alienating and divisive, if you just focus on his colour. And I think, some people are responding today to this terrible injustice with more injustice.
Isn't the whole point of people's of the wave of protest that's gone around the world? Isn't the whole point that if he were a white man, particularly if he was a white man in a suit and a tie, for instance, there's absolutely no way he'd be dead by now.
Well, you have just mentioned the poor old white 75-year-old who got bashed about and knocked off his bike.
Well, that is true. Yeah, that's absolutely
it's not half
true.
as serious. It's not half as serious, but it's terrible conduct. But where is the justice in saying to the UK police, "Shame on you" about George Floyd? George Floyd, it's not their fault.
Well, I'm not. Where's the evidence that people have been saying "shame on you" to the police about that?
LBC reports today, I believe.
People have been saying "shame on you" to the British police about the
apparently
American.
In today,
okay, well, if that
shame
happened,
on you.
all right. Well, if that happened, then that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I know, but this is this idea about institutional racism, and I've heard people on LBC today, callers say, talking about white people being collectively guilty about it, and it's just absurd. And another caller was praising the Me Too movement, but I think the Me Too movement was more of the same. It seemed to encourage people to view all men as violent and rapists and harassers, and you must always believe what the woman in the harassment story is alleging, and you have to look at each individual case on its own facts.
Of course, but don't you think it's just a reaction to the needle having been at the wrong end of the dial? There will be a reaction eventually which will send the needle to the other end of the dial, which is also an incorrect place to be. All men aren't rapists and all white people aren't racists. So the needle needs to be corrected to the middle, but it is understandable that having been bent at one end of the dial for such a long period of time, that there is a reaction that will swing it to the other side.
What, you mean so all white people should be slaves for black people for a century?
No. The concept can be... It's understandable that the concept that if women have been treated appallingly in a particular industry, which has been notorious for the couch... What's the phrase?
Yeah, the couch director, yeah.
The couch...
the director.
I can't remember what the phrase is, but they...
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah, okay, that. If they've been experiencing that for decades and had to provide sexual favours in order to get ahead in their career, and that just seemed like the normal course of events, well, it's quite understandable that eventually, after the balloon is burst and we finally get to see this and acknowledge that it's been happening, that there is an outpouring of fury and anger. Isn't that understandable?
Well, yes and no. I mean, you mustn't lead it. You mustn't find a situation where, any woman, and it felt like that, any woman can make an allegation against a man and say, I've been harassed. And, you've always got to look at what the other person says, too. And,
but wasn't that the case, though? I mean, people weren't necessarily believing everything that every woman said, weren't they? Accepting evidence?
No, I felt that it wasn't like that, Me Too. It was just a lot of people coming forward and saying, this happened to me, and people saying, yes, you must believe the victim, and you just think, well, it just depends on what happened. And that's when it becomes dangerous, I think, when people talk about institutional racism or men being collectively responsible for, the behaviour of some bad men. And
well, I'm not sure. Who is saying that, though?
Well, I thought the Me Too movement were very like that, about anybody who came forward with allegations. They just seemed to say, and her allegations were brushed aside. And, you have to look at the case and what actually happened and how it was handled. And I felt that the Me Too movement were just picking everything up and just saying we must always believe the women. And, if you've got to be fair to people, you must always look at what happened. I mean, for example, George Floyd, what a horrible murder. Now, those police officers were criminals. Were they racist criminals? Or were they just non-racist criminals? But, whichever it was, they deserve to be condemned in the strongest terms. But they may well be the kind of police officers who would have knocked the white bloke off his bike too. They may just be thugs. So I'm just saying, I think there's a lot of pressure on people to automatically say, yes, the man is clearly a rapist, or in the context of the Me Too situation. And you think, well, hang on, let's look at all the facts. He might actually just be a generally horrible guy across the board. And so, no, I just thought, I was so shocked by George Floyd. It's like a horror movie, that murder. And then to see people saying shame on you to the English police, and you just think, but...
Well, I don't... Yeah, they may have been saying shame on you to the English police for something that is more specific to them. But it doesn't seem to make any sense to me if that's what they were shouting at the British police to shame them for what happened in America, because it has obviously got nothing to do with them. Is your point perhaps that it wasn't, that we shouldn't concentrate on the difference between the races of the policeman and George Floyd? We should actually just concentrate on the part about the killing. That's regardless of the race of the people involved, it's the killing part we should concentrate on.
Yeah, police brutality, right. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a terrible problem of police brutality, yeah.
There was story after story about journalists being attacked by the American police, which was really taking it to a completely different level. They seem to have been given free rein, I think it's fair to say, by Donald Trump, to start attacking the media. And not just a bit. There was story after story after story. I've got quite a few of them here. The Guardian had a pretty good article about just this. I might read some of that after the news. But thanks for that, Rehol. Nice to talk to you. 0345 6060 973. Caroline texts, very glad things stayed mostly peaceful today. Peaceful protests win. But I'm not sure they do they? Is there evidence of that? Adam said, I mean, I'm not suggesting that non-peaceful protests win, but where is the evidence that peaceful protests win? Adam says, why is the George Floyd killing being portrayed as a racially motivated event? Just because Floyd was black and killed by a white man, how on earth does that make it racist? It's simply a policeman who needs putting in prison. What evidence do we have that it was racist? Well, I guess that's the point that we were just talking about. It's you could say that it's racist if it's part of a trend. I mean, if that police person, as has been reported, used to be more violent when he was working at a nightclub on nights when there was like a black club happening rather than a white club, then that would suggest that there is something going on there. But I do get the point that not everything that happens between people of different races is necessarily motivated by that difference. But it is also part of a trend in America that seems undeniable, that the police do treat white people differently to black people. I mean, just take the scenes that we've seen of open carrying of weapons. It was a couple of weeks ago now that, well, I guess it was more than that because the George Floyd was a couple of weeks ago, but there were people showing up at government buildings with rocket launchers on their backs, making a big show of their weaponry. They had holsters on their hips and long rifles slung across their chests and military equipment that could down a plane strapped to their backs. And the police did absolutely nothing at all. Can you imagine if the same crowd were black and were similarly armed? I doubt that the police would not have just chatted with them. That, you'd have to say, would be an indication that things aren't equal between the races in America. But we're going to go back to Matthew Thompson, who's our reporter on the scene in Whitehall. What's happening there now, Matthew?
Well, we're still here trapped behind this police cordon, Nick, which is getting smaller by the second. Police hemming the protest in on all sides. Still no sign of us all being let out. But I'm told that possibly one of the reasons for the delay is that people here who are still here, maybe before they're allowed to leave, required to give their details to police under what's called Section 50 of the Police Reform Act. And that's essentially an antisocial behaviour power where anybody who's reasonably suspected of taking part in antisocial behaviour has to give their details to the police. So given that people are still here at this late hour, having been repeatedly told to disperse, and given the violence that has happened throughout the last few hours, it may be that everyone still here is going to have to give their details to police, and that might be part of the delay.
Is there not? Sorry to interrupt, but is there not some irony in that the police have been keeping you there, and now they are accusing you of loitering?
I don't think they're necessarily accusing people of loitering. I think what they're saying is that people have been here involved in a process that has turned violent, and so there is reasonable suspicion that the people who are still here, the remaining 200 or 300 people who are still here, have been engaging in antisocial behaviour. So it is possible that they will have to give their details to police, and that, who knows, that might be followed up with investigations. There's possibly CCTV all along Whitehall that might capture certain events.
Well, perhaps I didn't put it right, and I apologise, but I don't really. Is there logic in them suspecting people of engaging in antisocial behaviour because they are still there, given that they are only still there because the police aren't letting them leave?
But I think the point is that the antisocial behaviour took place long ago. The antisocial behaviour started about 6 o'clock, didn't it? And we're now here at 10 o'clock. And it's only been the last 2 hours or so that people have been sort of kept in this cordon, kettle, whatever you want to call it. The police tell me that they no longer call it a kettle, but a cordon. So I suppose the argument from the police's point of view would be that the antisocial behaviour started long ago, before people were detained here, and that is a consequence of their detention, that they may have to give their details to police. But I was told by another commander that the plan eventually is for us all to be let out in a particular direction where the police can control the flow of people and allow us to exit in a manner of their choosing. But that was some time ago, and still no sign of that has happened at all. We are now very, very much boxed in a very small area around the cenotaph, and there's still a large crowd of people here, as I say, 200 or 300. A lot of people here tired, very cold. Of course, it rained earlier today, and I can only speak for myself, and I know a lot of people feel the same way. A lot of wet feet, wet clothes, and it's getting a bit cold. The sun is long down now. A lot of people hungry, thirsty, in desperate need of the bathroom. A lot of people would rather go home. And my only fear at this point is that at what point does that frustration start to build, and actually people start to get angry, not because they're protesting against what they perceive to be police brutality or in support of Black Lives Matter, and they start to get angry simply because they want to go home. And it becomes counterproductive to keep people locked down for this long, because you risk reigniting their anger and making things descend even further. So that's my current concern. But, to some extent, we've got to hope that the police know what they're doing.
Well, can I ask you about the people that are around you? Were they corralled or kettled, or whatever word that the police want to use, because there was a greater suspicion that they particularly were guilty of criminality, or is it just sheer dumb luck that some are still there and others got away or were managed to leave?
This was the flashpoint. This was where the extraordinary scenes were being played out, and the police horse charges and all that sort of thing were happening. So this is the centre of the violence of the afternoon, if you like. And so all of these people, whether or not they were participating in it, they were certainly near to the thick of the action. And I was here because I was covering it for LBC. And I don't quite know why lots of these other people were here, but they were at the front lines, so to speak. So when we were all kettled off, the police were trying to separate the most violent sections of the crowd, and I suppose this was one of them. And so that's why many of these people are here. That's not to say that everyone, by any stretch of the imagination, everyone who's here was somehow participating in violence, far from it. But certainly some of them were. And it's impossible for the police to tell who's who.
Right. And so have you been given any indication, it being now almost 10 past 11 at night, when you might be allowed to leave?
Nope, absolutely nothing at all. There are various reports going around. Some people told me that people were being allowed to leave in drips and drabs, but I haven't necessarily seen evidence of that. I have to say the crowd probably does look like it has thinned out somewhat over the last couple of hours, so it's possible that some people were being let out. But there has been no major release of people, and most of the officers that you speak to simply refer you over to their commanders, and no one has a clear sense of the time scale for any of this or when it might end. But it has been rather a long time now. I'm not entirely a public order law expert, but I just don't know what the law says about essentially detaining people in public without access to bathrooms or food or water in the cold for long periods of time. And some people listening to this might say, well, they shouldn't have been rioting then, and perhaps that's fair enough. But there has to be a balance struck here, and I do hope that at some point these people, myself included, will be allowed to leave.
Well, I wish you all the best, and thanks for updating us. That's Matthew Thompson, LBC's reporter on the scene, being kept in Whitehall with several hundred other people who are the remains of the protests today. Roddy in Enfield texts, "This is a racist country, no ifs, buts or maybes. It's more covert, but it's alive and well. As a UK-born and raised African, I'm more than aware of it, but most white people would not notice due to sitting in a very comfortable white privileged point of view. They have to change, and change they will." The phone number 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Old Kent Road. Karen.
Hi, Nick.
Karen.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
2 points that I want to make. I want to pick up on some points of your last caller before the news and the update from your reporter.
Yeah.
Now, I've just come from the Black Lives Matter march, and I was also kettled in. Your reporter's vantage point or standpoint is somewhat accurate, but not entirely. And what I can tell you is that we came to protest peacefully, and peaceful it was. At the point when the police started to charge people, they were actually having a party and dancing to the Candy song. Do you understand? The police, I believe...
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Oh, don't worry.
Piece.
It's a group dance that everybody does.
Oh, okay.
The Candy song. So it was very much like a kind of carnival atmosphere.
Right.
And it wasn't until the police actually came out in riot gear, which I didn't understand. Nobody understood what that was about.
And where was this?
To agitate. This was right outside Downing Street.
Right.
So we were on a wall that is kind of adjacent to Downing Street.
Yeah.
And it was myself and my 20-year-old daughter, who's a budding photojournalist. She was down there with her long lens. I went to support, because I didn't want her going there on her own. But we also went because we believe in the cause as well. And the police were agitating people. It was
What do you mean by that, agitating?
It means that they turned up in riot gear when previously it had been just normal uniformed officers. We started to see horses moving in. And then they started to try to push the crowd backwards for no reason. There was
okay. Well, all right. Well, let me tell you how it's been reported in the Mail. So that's your side. What the Mail are saying. It says, despite the majority of protests remaining peaceful throughout the day, violence erupted on Whitehall at about 7 o'clock in the evening. After tens of thousands of protesters had gathered in the capital to oppose racism. One man hurled a bike at a police horse. There are pictures of that, causing it to bolt and charge down Whitehall. There's videos of that too. The officer riding it fell from his saddle, seemingly unconscious. Riot police were forced to guard Downing Street after red flares were hurled over security gates. So is that what you saw?
What I saw, I didn't see the police incident with bikes being thrown at the police. That must have been in another part of the crowd.
Yeah.
So I certainly didn't see that. But what I did see was people holding up flares and partying. That's what I saw.
Right.
Then the police turned up, and once they turned up and started acting like that, I then saw a flare go over into Downing Street.
Okay,
so
well,
it went the other way round, actually.
Right, perhaps. But the Mail says for 10 minutes, missiles, including...
I don't care what the Mail says, Nick.
All right, well, this is what people are going to read tomorrow. So I'm just giving you a heads up that there are two sides to every story. This is how the story is going to be presented to the majority of people who read the newspaper over their breakfast. For 10 minutes, missiles, including fireworks and bangers, were thrown at police who formed a line across the road. Then, police in riot helmets and shields replaced uniformed officers who had earlier stood guard outside the gates to protect Downing Street. So their timeline is that missiles were thrown first, and then police turned up in riot gear.
Well, it would be. Just like, until I spoke to your producers, LBC was reporting that a policewoman, after missiles were thrown, fell from her horse, when actually she ran into a traffic light post and fell off her horse, which I witnessed. We've got personal video of it.
Well, was that not the same horse that had a bike thrown at it? Maybe
no,
a different one.
And that's what's been misleading. And the fact that LBC was saying that she fell from her horse because missiles were thrown, and it was not. She fell from her horse while she was charging through the crowd, and she didn't see the post. We saw that with our own eyes. So that. Look, the point that I'm trying to make is it really goes back to your last caller as well. The fact that there is this massive denial, there is misreporting, there is always some kind of subterfuge or manipulation when it comes to the protest around racism, particularly. I've joined many protests. I'm a black woman who's born and bred in this country. There are many issues that affect me, not just racism, but racism obviously is the principal issue that affects me. What I'm concerned about is the attitude of people like your last caller who must live under a stone if she doesn't believe that there is an issue in America, particularly with black men being killed disproportionately, hence the reason why George Floyd is such a massive issue. And also, when the crowd was saying shame on you, they were talking about people like Mark Douglas, who was killed in police cells in Brixton many years ago. The list is absolutely endless. And let's not even mention Stephen Lawrence. That's something we know about, which was police corruption, people not being prosecuted when they should have been, and so on and so forth.
All right. Well, let me just ask you about your experiences this evening, just before I have to go to a break. You said that you were kettled. Is that right?
Yeah. The only reason
how did you get out of that?
The reason we got out of the kettling, I was on a wall. We ran from the violence that was taking place and the horses charging and whatever, and we got onto a wall. Now, we sat on that wall quite safely for a while and was just observing and filming and taking pictures. Then there was a police line that formed behind us, and they attempted to get me and my daughter and a couple of other women off the wall. And I was saying to them, look, I tried to leave this protest 2 hours ago. Each and every exit point has been blocked by your officers. I tried to leave through Victoria Embankment. I couldn't. There was the police line blocking me. I tried to move towards Lambeth Bridge and also towards St James's Park. I couldn't. The police lines were blocking. We then walked back to where we were, which was outside along Whitehall at Downing Street, and tried to exit again. And it was at that point things started kicking off. So my point was, no, I will not move off this wall. I want your protection. I did not come here for violence. I came here for a peaceful protest. Now I'm in the eye of a riot, or a storm, actually. I shouldn't use the word riot, because it's far from it, what took place down there, okay? But I'm in the eye of what is actually a hostile crowd.
Right,
who are actually,
but how did you get out?
How we got out eventually was that when the police started kind of rushing some people, we jumped over the wall and ran and sort of just slipped through the side. And we were able to get to a different police line, which was further down. And these two nice lady police officers actually let us through.
Right.
But nobody else would.
Okay. Chris texts, white countries are racist to black people. Black countries are racist to white people. That's just how it is. Well, it seems undeniable to me that part of the human condition is that we are innately fearful of people that do not look like us. That's just a defense mechanism. It's a survival mechanism. So, given that, you could say that racism is in all of us. It's just what you do with that marks you out as a human being, or that defines you, perhaps in that area anyway, as what kind of a person you are. Let's have broccoli. Aaron.
Hey, Nick. I personally am very torn about these protests. Now, I'm black myself, and I completely understand people's desire to express their anger at racism and injustice. But at the same time, we have to remember that we are in the midst of a deadly pandemic, one which disproportionately affects black people and people from ethnic minority backgrounds. I think it's something like 70% of black people, ethnic people, 70% more likely to die from coronavirus.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that when I was looking at pictures of people squashed together, that those thoughts that you just expressed did go through my mind, thinking that we're actually, you're actually looking at a very bad outcome for quite a number of the people in those pictures.
Yeah, and it's a very difficult issue, and it's one that I've been wrestling with, and it's been difficult to talk to with friends and colleagues, actually. I'm a teacher, and I remember being in school back in April when we had to come in a rota to look after the vulnerable children. One of my colleagues, she was black. I was saying to her, I reckon we'll be back at the end of May, beginning of June. And she was apoplectic. Oh, there's no way they should be sending us back when the infection rate's this high, blah, blah, blah. Spoke to her last week. She said, I'm going to the protest on Saturday. And I asked her, well, what about the infection rate and the risk of coronavirus? Oh, yes, well, there's always something like that going on. We still have to fight against racism. And I just sort of nodded and backed slowly away because I didn't want to get into that argument. But I am sort of seeing this kind of disconnect or this whataboutery from a lot of my peers who are on the left. Oh, yeah, well, what about Dominic Cummings? And what about the people at the beaches? And yeah, well, that's wrong as well. But the fact remains, the more protesters there are, the higher likely it is the infection is going to raise. And then the more likely it is black people are going to die. And I think it's a bit rich. A lot of people walking around with Black Lives Matter when they're contributing to a protest that may directly lead to the loss of more black lives. And I think that's something that needs to be wrestled with.
Yeah, well, that's a very good point. And presumably people gave precious little time to that thought, probably because young people particularly can't conceive of the concept of their own death.
Well, yeah, I think that's the point as well. And I have heard clips from people on LBC saying, oh, well, even if I'm putting myself at risk, it's still right for me to fight for injustice. But then, it's not just you're putting at risk. I mean, these were the conversations we were having, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Stay at home to save lives. Like that, I remember the social media posts of nurses saying, please stay at home. So, we stop the risk of infection. And now suddenly we've gone out of the window. And I understand that people are angry and are frustrated against racism. I understand it completely. But I think we have to weigh the potential benefits of these protests against the likely deaths that are going to incur.
Just while I've got you on the phone, what are your thoughts about the kids going back to school?
Well, it's a really tricky issue. I mean, I think I teach reception, so the 4 and 5-year-olds who are due to come back. My school haven't actually invited back the reception kids. They're invited back the year 6 first, and they're looking to sort of phase it in. I do think children need to come back. I think it is really damaging all the children who are at home. There's been evidence that shows all of the educational equality that we've made over the past 10 years has been wiped out over the past 3 months. And I really fear for the social and psychological issues of being cooped up at home for 3 months, especially for the really young children. I don't know. I think it's a really difficult issue. I think that they should probably have some kind of summer school over summer with a gradual phased re-entry to sort of ease kids back in, getting them in quickly, while at the same time doing as much as they can to mitigate the risks against the teachers.
Yeah, there are 2 elements to this, aren't there? The first is that the children who are not going to school, those who are from privileged backgrounds are more likely to be taught at home. Those from less privileged backgrounds are more likely to just get further and further behind, thereby entrenching the wealth inequality in the country. But the other part is kids are super spreaders. The virus mostly bounces off them, but they do carry it with them and give it to older people like their teachers. You.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm fortunate. I'm only 29, so I'm not at particular risk. I just really wish there had been more guidance from the government to schools on how to adequately sort of utilize technology to effectively teach from home. Private schools have really hit the ground running, but they have much more resources, much smaller class sizes. They were doing a lot of online work anyway prior to this. Us teachers in the state schools, especially the underfunded state schools, really have just been sort of walking around in the dark. So it would have been nice if we had some sort of guidance from the government on how we can effectively roll out some kind of digital education system. But I do think children are suffering from being at home, and that's to say nothing of the children who are potentially in abusive homes or falling under the radar for one reason or another. But again, it has to be balanced. I think teachers who are vulnerable should be given the choice to stay home. But yeah, I think the children do need to be come back as quickly as possible. If I could just say one more thing about the process, actually. I wanted to make a distinction between the protests that are occurring in this country and the protests that are occurring in America. Although I don't really accept the protests in this country necessarily, I think I absolutely endorse and support the protests in America, because I think that where America is, they are much further down the line of I would say, fascism, really, than we are here. If you look at the militarization of the police, if you look at locking up people on the borders, if you look at, obviously, Trump's rhetoric himself, I think America really is in a position where they're at a crossroads. And they are at such a pivotal time. I feel that the protests over there have the potential to have much more positive societal change than the protests do here. Some people may call me a hypocrite for that, but I think we're already starting to see small changes in America. I saw some articles about certain states and cities beginning to reform their police practices in the wake of what's happened. So I think there are tangible benefits from the American protests that don't necessarily translate to this country, where I don't think the risks necessarily outweigh the benefits of protesting right now, at least, in the middle of a deadly pandemic.
Yes, I would like to believe that. However, my sense is that this is all playing into Donald Trump's hands, and that all he has to do is to get the same number of people who voted for him last time to vote for him this time. And regardless of what he seems to do, his ratings remain pretty much flat. It doesn't really matter to his base what he does. They love every little bit of it. And if he's going to make it into a race war, which is what it looks like, then actually his base would quite like that, because they're the nuts with the guns.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I think these protests are always going to be weaponized by people on the right. Even in this country, if there is a second spike, I guarantee that the focus is going to be on this protest rather than Cummings or people at the beaches. That's where the focus is going to be.
Yes, I think you may have something there. Text says, Nick, there was no rioting. The rider lost control and hit a lamppost. There was 10 minutes of disruption after a full day of peaceful protesting. Yeah, well, the newspapers are going to be full of the 10 minutes of disruption and completely ignore the full day of peaceful protesting. That is inevitable, because that's news. Chris texts, I live at home. I'm alone with carers twice daily, and because I have cerebral palsy, I worry these protests will lead to more deaths. Corona is a killer disease. Please can people remember that? And I think on that subject, call in Streatham. Penny.
Hi, Nick.
Penny.
I just, I'm a carer of elderly people in their homes. I go out every day. I follow all the precautions, with everything I possibly can. I cannot understand or comprehend why the government has allowed protests to go ahead which are officially illegal and put our police and our public at risk, and particularly our British BMA ME people who we will look after at risk. I cannot comprehend it, and in fact I'm quite disturbed by the fact that we're not being more precautious or more lawful about it.
How would you be able to protest while maintaining social distance, though?
Very good point, but I think is now the moment to be protesting. We know we've got problems. We're not perfect, but physical presence for a protest is probably the last thing a pandemic needs, and we should think about other ways of allowing people to express their views. And I think it's complete madness that we've allowed all of these protests across the country. We're going to see an uplift in our deaths and our increase of the virus inevitably, because that's what tells us, factually, that it is passed by being in contact with people.
Yeah, it seems likely. The majority of the crowd, though, from what I could see of the pictures, seem to be young, so at least they have that on their side. But it also has been reported that people who are black are more significantly affected by the virus, so it wouldn't be surprising, really, if there were more people taken seriously ill because of this.
Well, I think that's inevitable, sadly, because I'm a nurse. I've cared for people, throughout my career, and to see people coming in sick and dying is the thing I'd want to avoid. And I think that a protest in physical proximity of people is exactly what we have been avoiding. And somehow in the middle of all of this, in the middle of a global pandemic, we are allowing people to come out in their masses to protest about something which we need to deal with. And yes, we do, but maybe not just right now.
Yeah, it does beg the question, though, when? I mean, assuming that we don't get a vaccine for the virus, and there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that that's a possibility, or likelihood, rather, then if not now, when? If not next year, when? If not the year after, when? I mean, if we're going to be living with this virus forever, which some scientists say is a certain possibility, then when do you make your voice heard?
Not right now, but in due course. I think we need to actually plan. I've been very much involved with homeless people and inequalities, and I think we have a cultural system that we need to reform, but getting people out in their masses right now is completely the wrong time to do that.
Yeah, I think partly it must be this sense that the young have, that they can't conceive of their own demise. They feel, untouchable. It's not going to affect them. I mean, everybody feels that to a certain extent, but I'm sure that the young feel it much more than others. Although there was quite a considerable number of people that you call middle-aged in the crowd, if not older people as well. And that does seem a little unwise of them to have joined in.
Well, I think there's a bit of mystery around the whole of the coronavirus, to be honest. We're not entirely sure about who it attacks and how it attacks and who's vulnerable. And until we have a better hold on this pandemic, we should be being protective of crowd groups, whatever, and we should just be being very precautious for everybody, not just the BAME or young or old or people like me, 60 plus. We should just be taking this terribly seriously because it is an unknown pandemic spread across the world that we don't really understand properly yet scientifically.
Thank you, Penny. 0345 6060 973. This text says, a few months of missed education can be recovered over time. Nobody has yet recovered from death. Presumably against the sending back of children to school. But can they be, if you miss months of education, can you actually make it up over time, or are you forever behind? This one says, notice how the protests were peaceful until the police turned up on horses. It was the police that put themselves and their animals at risk today. There's going to be a lot of differences of opinion about the timeline of events, because when you're in a crowd, then your memory of things is very personal to you and not necessarily held by even the person who's standing next to you. So there's going to be a lot of disagreements about whether the police arrived in riot gear first or people were throwing flares first, and I'm sure that it will be reflected in the reports tomorrow in the various newspapers, as it has been already, actually. So, yes, I'm sure that many people will have many opinions about what it is that occurred today. And this text says, why have fines not been issued at the protests? By not fining, it undermines everything we have done over the last 10 weeks. Lockdown is pointless, end it now. Well, that's not a unique thought. Shoreditch, Frank.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Well, nice to hear you talking about a subject I'm so passionate about. Well, I was around the protesters today. I didn't go there to protest, I was working. But I looked at this lack of understanding of what is happening. And I've been listening to you since you started the show, and even when Nick Bowles was doing his show. Look, this is a global protest. There's protests in France, in US, in New Zealand, in everywhere in the world. The coronavirus is everywhere in the world. But these are people that have suffered injustice for so long.
and it's happening in this system, this country. I'm originally from Africa, and I get this racist abuse on a daily basis. Every day in my work, I get it. I'm old enough to, overlook some of the things. I've had people call me peasant, call me all kinds of names, especially my colleagues who work in, this ride-hailing company, this taxi apps. All a white person can do when they're not happy with anything is to send a complaint to this app that, you're violent, you're aggressive, you're what do you call it? You are intimidating, and then your account get blocked. It happens on a daily basis, and so people need to understand that. I saw young people, 18, 19, 20, 21. Their parents have suffered so much injustice, and they are the witnesses to this injustices their parents suffer. So let's look at this problem as a global problem. It's not just a UK problem. Like I said, there are demonstrations everywhere across the world. This is the time to change. I look at LBC. I see all the people moderating this conversation, including all your reporters. I don't see a single black person within. So the argument is actually skewed. I was near the protesters. The protest only started getting violent when the people when the police charged at the small, a minority of the people around the Whitehall area.
But from what you saw, what propelled the police to charge?
I didn't see that. To be honest, I didn't see what propelled them to do that. Right. All I saw was horses, police. I was even trying to get out with my car. I spent about 35 minutes just to get out of the area. So let's just get to until you suffer such injustice, such racial abuse, you can never understand what these people are going through. A majority of the people that are calling into the program, yes, they're privileged. They can never understand. And the worst of it is, all of you at LBC look at all the mainstream. The representation to actually speak on behalf of those who are suffering the injustice is all white privileged people that are having a conversation. You can never understand.
Well, I'm not sure that you're actually listening to the same show that I'm doing, because that's not actually what's happened since I came on the air. There's been a minority of white people who've been calling up.
No,
I can think of one.
No, I mean the presenters. Right. If you look at the mainstream media, the presenters, there's hardly a black person at LBC. I'd never seen. Look at your producers. Look at BBC. Look at Channel 4. Look at Sky News. So there's no representation.
Well, I'm not sure that's right either. I mean, I can understand what you're saying, that there may not be. It's not 50-50. It might. The faces on screen at the new TV news companies might actually be if not a precise reflection of the percentage of black and minority that make up the population in general, but they're not invisible on television. I don't think that's fair to say at all. But thanks for that, Frank. 0345. Let's have Southall, Manesh.
Oh, hello there. Yeah, I just wanted to say something. I agree with what's happening is wrong in America, but if you put things into perspective, we should really look at the slogan that's being used, which I totally disagree with, like Black Lives Matter. Perhaps it should have been All Lives Matter. That would have been a more appropriate slogan to use, because at the end of the day, it's antagonizing all the power that's going against the blacks, and it's taking it to a different level. And bearing in mind, once you look at the perspective of the relative nature of the tolerance levels of each country, if you look at UK and the US as specific as what we're talking about today, I think they've got the highest tolerance levels ever. And the level of tolerance has exceeded most countries in the world.
But the word tolerance is an odd word, though, isn't it? Tolerance is not acceptance. Tolerance is just putting up with.
Well, I say that with a hesitance, because I'm of Asian nature, so obviously I've suffered racism in my own way, And, as well as the blacks and others around us, we've all suffered it in some way, shape or form. But having said that, if you were to put us in a level, say a score level of all the countries in the world, and let's say more importantly in Europe, so I'll give you an example. Let's say that all the governments in the world said, Control, Alt, Delete, reset. Which country would you go to live in preference of the level of basically no racism?
Yeah.
Which countries do you think will be number 1 and 2 top of the list?
Well, we may be. I really don't know. It's difficult for me to tell, being extremely white.
And a lot of people don't consider that.
Well, which would you put at the top of the list?
Well, sometimes I actually ask myself the same question, and I find it difficult to find any other country that I would live in rather than here.
Right, but what you're saying is, though, it's almost like a woman choosing between two men based on whether they will hit her. So she goes with the one that hits her the least. It's still a guy that's hitting her.
No, mate, I totally disagree with you there. That can't be the same argument we're talking about.
But you're not. But it is, really, because you're suggesting that we are better than other countries, but that's not to say that we do not have problems.
Okay, let's put a bit of science into this. What I'm trying to say to you is if we're at the highest level of tolerance and we've got a great success ratio in getting to our zero racism policy in place, to get that extra increment of 1 or 2 or 3% a year is more difficult than if you were in a different country where you were starting at 0 level or 5% level. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. I'm not sure I entirely agree. I think that your simile is a bit off as regards what it is precisely what we're talking about. But I still think that you're saying that because we are better than other countries, then there is no reason to be protesting because there is no room for improvement.
No, I'm not saying there's no reason to be protesting. I'm saying that there are other ways to deal with these matters, and there are far better options available than protesting. Protesting is when things are really bad.
Well, like what, though? What should people be doing?
Well, you ask your parliament, look, if you actually look at this issue about ethnic minorities in this country, it's always been about this is happening, it's an ongoing epidemic, it's going from one generation to the other. Why not look at something? This is not going to be fixable in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. This is a one generation gap. We must look at the families. It's a simple thing, like if you look at universities, if you say that the ethnic and black minorities in universities are less, then don't start here. Go backwards and say, well, hang on, why are they not there? Because they didn't get enough A-level grades. Why didn't they get the A-level grades? Because they didn't get enough GCSEs. Why didn't they do that? Because they didn't do well in school. So it has to stem back to further and further and further afield. And until we attack the real problem, and as far as I know, the US and the UK has more black and ethnic minorities and Mexicans in their police force, in their government offices, in higher paid jobs, in doctors, whatever, than any other country I can think of. So I think things are improving. So if something is actually improving, it's on the right track. Sometimes rioting is not the right way to try and deflect from that and create something different and create problems which can actually have a negative energy towards the end goal.
But you understand that the protests were because of a trend. Well, not a trend, really. It seems to be the case that you are much more likely to be killed by police in America if you are black and walking along the road and doing nothing at all than if you are white and walking along the road and doing nothing at all. I mean, that's indisputable, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Black Lives Matter, because up to this point, it seems that they haven't mattered as much as white lives. Of course, all lives matter, but that's not the issue. The phrase is because black lives don't seem to matter, particularly to the police force in America.
Well, there's more black police officers in America than there were 20 years ago. So, are you telling me that black officers just turn a blind eye? Is that what you're saying? I can't believe that because.
Well, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the police treat black people. It's indisputable. They treat black people in America much more differently than they treat white people. I mean, it's inconceivable that a middle-aged man in a suit carrying a briefcase would have had his neck knelt on until he died by a police officer in America. It's just not. It's inconceivable. It just wouldn't happen.
Look, I do agree with you there, but having said that, I still feel that there has to be different options to take, rather than to damage people's properties, risk other people's lives with this COVID-19 going on. This isn't the time and the place for a demonstration like this, in my opinion.
Right. Okay. Well, that is a good point, and appreciate that. Thanks a lot, Manesh. 0345 6060 973. Let's have, see if I can squeeze this one in before the news. Westminster. Hello, Greg.
Hi, Nick. Hi. Thanks for taking my call. You guys doing an awesome job, all the presenters. And actually, I just wanted to really just ask if you could probably expound a little bit on the relationship between the rise of the nationalists, the white nationalists, the hate groups, and so on and so forth in the U.S., and how they relate to the police. Because I know it's like a secret society, but since Trump's been elected, I mean, it's very well documented that the hate crimes have increased by probably 55%. And it is very possible in probably a lot of the Midwest towns, even up in some of the East Coast towns in the West and the Midwest and so on, different places in the U.S., that these hate groups have, people who are part of the police force. And this a possibility because I heard one of your earlier callers mention about that he didn't think that it might have not been on your show, but because I listen to LBC quite a bit, but somebody did say that it's very possible that the guy was murdered by a police, not necessarily a white police or a racist police, but it's just a police. But I do think that it was a racist element involved. I think that's what a lot of people believe. And, I just wondered if you had any input on that.
Whether the killing of George Floyd was a racial killing, is that your question?
Yeah. I mean, because they're from what I've spoken to a few of my friends and relatives, they are investigating his background, and he had complaints. Whether the complaints were, I think you mentioned as well earlier about that when it was a social night at the club that the police officer and the gentleman Floyd that was murdered.
Yeah,
they worked together, and then when they had a black night, I think I did hear that on a news report as well. That the guy was a little bit jumpy, but back to the point, I think he had complaints, maybe 18 or 19 complaints or something like that.
Yeah, what seems extraordinary about that story? I mean, if people don't know, the police officer involved in the George Floyd killing used to work as a bouncer, as far as I'm aware, in a nightclub.
Right.
And the owner of the nightclub said that during the course of his employment there, that he was much more aggressive with patrons on black nights than he was on, I think, Latin American nights. I think those were the other nights that she had. But she also said that this was the case over the 20 years that he'd worked there, which seems like an extraordinary thing to say, that you have complaints about somebody being overly aggressive with your patrons, and yet you keep them employed for 20 years. That part of the story seemed to jar on me a bit. But it's true that I think the implication of some of what you're saying is that the right wing, the far right, are having a moment. And that seems to be true in America. And also since Brexit, there have been reports of more racist abuse levelled at foreigners in this country. So, yeah, the right seems to be having a moment all over the world, not just in America.
Right. Yeah. Because the other thing is that I think when it was they had they had a big protest, I think, in Charlottesville, and they had the far right groups come out.
Oh, the Nazis, very, very good people on both sides, said Trump.
That's correct. That's correct. And basically, as I said, I mean, the whole nature of the Klan and the far right nationalist groups are they're secret. That's why they wear the hoods and
well,
secret.
It's not too secret walking through towns carrying tiki torches covered in Nazi regalia. There's not much secret about that. But that's Donald Trump's base, and he continues to appeal to those people, the tough guys, the bikers, the white supremacists. So those are the people that vote Trump. So he's going to encourage that, as he does on a regular basis. He's not going to say anything against those people, because those are the ones that he wants to go out and vote for him again. Hey, Greg, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. Now we're going to go to Whitehall, where our correspondent, Matthew Thompson, is still there, I believe. What's the situation now, Matthew?
Yes, indeed. Still here in the cold and the dark, Nick. It is very much a dwindling crowd now. What's happening is that people are being let out one by police, and they're being asked to give their names and addresses. Now, that is under, well, there are several pieces of legislation, but one in particular called Section 50 of the Police Reform Act, which basically entitles the police to take the details of people they might suspect of antisocial behaviour. And certainly that is something that applies to some of the people, if not all of the people in this crowd. So they are all being asked for their details. Also, of course, there's coronavirus legislation, which says that we're not allowed, people shouldn't be assembling in groups of more than 6. Clearly, this is a group of more than 6. It was a group of about 6,000 earlier today. So that's another reason that they could be asking for names and numbers. And so there are potentially people who are refusing to do that, which is slowing the whole process up. But slowly but surely, people are trickling away. And then I think mostly dispersing into the night, because at this stage, most people here are a bit cold, a bit fed up, and ready to go home. So how long have you been there now? Well, I mean, the statement from the Metropolitan Police has just been delivered to my inbox, and it says that it was around 7 o'clock this evening that the protests really started to turn violent. So I suppose it was a short time after that really they started to box people in. Since this cordon was placed around us and no one could leave, I think it's probably about 3 hours, but it's probably 4 or 5 since the protests really started to get heated, and the police had to step in a much more severe way. So there are several people here who've been here for some time. A lot of them actually dressed for a summer's day, and must be very cold indeed. And again, probably there will be people listening to this, Nick, with very little sympathy for them, because they're the ones who chose to come out today. But nonetheless, it's important that some of these people, if not all of these people, get home fairly soon before they catch their death. It seems extraordinary, though, that the police, on the one hand, I know I've made this point to you before, but I'll do it again, that on the one hand they're saying that it is vital that you maintain social distance, while on the other hand they're penning hundreds of people in ever closer to each other for hours on end. Very much so. I mean, there are people being squashed into an ever smaller cordon, although, you know, there is a certain irony, I suppose, in people all of a sudden being concerned for social distancing when I've been here since 1 o'clock, and there was very little adherence to any semblance of social distancing guidelines happening from 1 o'clock. So to suddenly say that now it's a concern, you could understand why people might find that slightly ironic. But nonetheless, yes, it's important, for people like me who have been here working, not by choice necessarily, although of course I choose to do this job, but I've been trying to socially distance where I can, and that is becoming harder for me to do as the cordon shrinks. And I'm now being told that I'm not allowed out, and I'm going to have to wait for all these people to file through as well, even though I'm a member of the press and I'm not here taking part in these protests. So, given that you've been there for such a long time, in let's say the 3 hours that you say that you've been kettled there, has there been any incidences among the crowd that would give the police concern, or have people just been standing, just waiting? No, very much so. There have been incidents. There have been isolated incidents throughout the afternoon from, as the police say, about 7 o'clock. One, just off the top of my head, as an example, at one stage, there was a surge of protesters towards the police line, and one gentleman started to, the best way I can describe it is to hack at police with what looked like a large wooden The police are, in fact, letting me out now, which is very kind of them. I have got a press card, sir, yes. So at least I'm now going to be let out of the cordon, which will save me standing here for hours in the cold with the rest of the protesters. I'll show you my press card. Okay, thank you, sir. Sorry, to continue my thought, Nick, sorry, I was just being led out of the cordon by police now. There was someone being, hacking at the police with a large wooden baton or plank, perhaps is the best way to describe it.
But was this...
Absolutely, there have been...
Sorry to interrupt you, but was this before the lockdown, the kettling, or was this after?
This was after.
Right.
So this was as the second line of police had come in behind us and essentially locked us into this space on Whitehall. And then from that point, there were a number of incidents of violence. Now, I'm not going to say that there weren't incidents I certainly saw the police pushing back at protesters. So, protesters may say that the police started it, but certainly I did see one gentleman, as I say, attempt to assault police officers. Fortunately, lots of them were wearing helmets, but with a long wooden plank. So, yes, there are definitely incidents of violence, definitely antisocial incidents, as there have been throughout the evening since about 7 o'clock. So there will be cause to suspect some, if certainly not all, of these people of antisocial behaviour, and that's presumably why they're all now having their details taken. As one officer said to me, if you haven't done anything, and once we've reviewed the footage, then you have nothing to worry about. And the police say that they've made 14 arrests so far today. There have been 10 officers injured, of which one was that officer who was mounted on a horse who fell off her horse. We understand that she is in hospital seeking treatment for her injuries, but they're not thought to be life-threatening. But the police do say that of those 14 arrests that have been made today, they expect that number to rise as they conduct investigations into the antisocial behaviour and into the video footage, presumably. And that's why it's important, from their point of view, to have people's contacts so that they can trace them.
Now, we've had people giving different versions of the timeline. From where you were today, did it appear as though the protesters were aggressive first, or were the police aggressive first?
It's simply impossible for me to say from where I was standing. There was a flashpoint. I don't know what that flashpoint was, but certainly at some point around 7 o'clock, as the police say, there was a sudden escalation of this protest into something more of a riot, or there was at least more of a violent spark. Now, whether that was something that was occasioned by the police pushing on a protester, or a protester perhaps losing the rag at the police, I'm not in a position to say. All I can say is from what I've observed, there has been a little bit of both. There has been police pushing on protesters, but there have certainly been protesters assaulting police officers, whether it's by throwing bottles, punching them. Certainly also there's been a lot of verbal abuse towards the police as well. So I'm not in a position to point fingers and say which came first, but certainly I can tell you with my own eyes, I have seen plenty of incidents of what would be classified as antisocial behaviour.
Good to talk to you. Thank you very much, Matthew. I hope you get warm soon. Appreciate that. That's Matthew Thompson, who is LBC's reporter, who has been in Whitehall for a considerable number of hours now, and has just been released by the police as those numbers diminish. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let's have a call in Watford. Amy.
Hi.
Amy.
Hi.
Yes, Amy, what would you like to say?
Hello. I'd just like to say that obviously watching the protest today, I just don't think it's the right time. Obviously, I appreciate everybody has their rights and their feelings, but we've spent about 10 weeks now protecting and praising our frontliners, and now we're all congregating throughout London and putting everybody at risk yet again. We're not even out of it yet. And I just don't think it's the right time to be doing that.
It does seem as though people are putting themselves, and I suppose the people that they will subsequently meet, including their own family members, at risk for having shown up those, not just the event in London, but all over the country. Yeah.
Of course. I'm actually a white girl, originally from St John's Wood, and that's where I grew up, having moved out to Watford now. And I'm forever being discriminated for people thinking that I'm a traveller and I'm a gypsy. So, I'm refused entry of when I'm out with my friends and my family. I've called emergency services before and the police haven't believed me.
Wait a minute. People discriminate against you because they think you're a traveller. What makes them think that?
I'm quite dark-skinned and I've got black hair, and I don't know. That seems to be the general stereotype of how I look. And I have people coming up to me asking me what traveller site I'm from, where's my caravan, and it's not just the black community that are discriminated. White people are also, and it's hard. It's hard for and I'm 27. I'm quite I'm young. I think I'm young, and it's hard. Sometimes I don't want to go out. Sometimes it makes me feel like, I can't go there because I don't look a certain way. It's not just the black community; it's also others. And it's hard.
Well, that's an interesting point of view, and appreciate you calling. Thanks, Amy. 0345 6060 973. Martin texts, me and millions of others are sick to death of people like you, as in me, the mainstream media and immigrants attacking our country. Come on, Nick, if this country is so bad, so racist, why is half the planet wanting to get here? I can't even be bothered. But thanks, Martin. I appreciate the effort. Swindon. Hello, Darren.
Hello, how you doing? You all right?
Good, thanks.
Good. I've listened over the last week or so, and everything's saying what the problems are, but I think of a solution. And I think we should think of how we're going to come through this, why the rioting, and how can we resolve the problem. And I think a lot of people have lost trust in the government. So what I was thinking of concocting a think tank. So influential people like Baroness Lawrence, Magic himself, David Lammy, from the youth community, people like Akala, even Anthony Joshua is there today as well. If we actually come to a think tank, put ideas together, goes to government, it will resolve it. Because we believe as black people, I'm a black person, the government aren't listening. And that's the problem. So if we can actually get this think tank up and running, goes to government, come up with a solution.
A think tank?
A think tank. So basically when people come to ideas together, put to the government. Because at the moment, what I see is, as a black person myself, I feel frustrated. A lot of influential black people, whether it's Anthony Joshua was there, we know about John from Star Wars as well. We just believe governments aren't listening, and people are angry. And when people are angry, they take to the streets. But obviously, since the pandemic, I'm not condoning. I was quite embarrassed actually that people are actually going out and risking their lives and other people's lives as well. But the only way to stop this is come up with ideas, come together as a collective one, and go to government and let them come to some sort of solution.
Right.
That's what I believe.
Well, do you have any idea of what solution, where you would point to this think tank?
Okay, so think tank can be based, where position the think tank, what it consists of, I should say. Sorry.
What direction do you think that they should go in? I mean, where would you have them direct their thoughts?
Okay, direct the thoughts. He's working in the black communities, all communities should say, and issues, what happening within the communities discussed, then put towards government. I do believe the reason why there is a lot of investment at the moment down to education. I do believe when it comes to a black man like myself, what I've gone through, a lot of racism I've suffered as well. I'm not going to go into that. That's because I could be sick all day. But I think we should be able to talk about it as a collective one, put the information across, and then we can see the problems we've had and come to a solution. Because what I really am concerned about is that it's never a right time to protest. There never is going to be one. However, now is not the right time because we're still in a pandemic, and that's coming from a black man like myself. I understand why, but it's not the right time because we can't social distance. And people saying, yes, we are. We have to look at the situation a couple of weeks ago, people on the beach. It's just impossible, and it's just not the right time. thousands of people can't control.
Okay.
You know,
All right, message understood. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Martin in East Ham says, if the police tell you to move, you move. If you are out to protest, that's all fine. But if it starts to get rowdy, then you should be heading home. Then you will never be involved in the trouble, unless you are there for the trouble, of course. Well, there is... You can't make such a blanket statement, because people do get caught up in other people's actions, whether they had any intention of misbehaviour, to use the first word that occurred to me, misbehaviour. If you had absolutely no intention of misbehaving, but the people around you do, then you get caught up in that. I mean, our reporter was not being aggressive, and yet he's been stuck in Whitehall, unable to leave behind police lines for hours now. So it's not entirely true, Martin, but I do understand your opinion. Boreham Wood, Lee.
Hello, mate.
Yes,
How
Lee.
you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. Well, listen, I can't believe what I'm hearing here, Nick, to be honest with you. These people were probably out clapping for their National Health Service on a Thursday night on a regular basis. Now, the majority, as I understand it, of the people that have died within the NHS have been black or Asian ethnicity. Now, what the hell do these people think they're playing at by gathering in groups like this? Every one of those should have been arrested and charged with a breach of the peace. Because, to be honest with you, my wife is currently in Barnet General Hospital suffering under a COVID-19 lockdown. Now, what the hell do they think they're doing?
What do you mean? Hang on. What's a COVID? What is a COVID-19 lockdown? What do you mean by that?
Well, she's in Barnet Hospital in isolation at this particular moment in time.
Okay.
She's had several tests for COVID.
Yeah.
She's got a lung infection that they believe may be well tied in with it. So they're not letting her out of her room. I can't visit her. Nobody can visit her. And these people are out there butting heads together without face masks or any protection whatsoever, and they're putting the people at risk. Those people, if it's a 1-to-1, and they say that that's acceptable, if they say it's 1-to-6 and that's acceptable, not when you've got 6,000 or 7,000 people in the same area. That's totally disrespectful to the NHS. It's totally disrespectful to this country. And the reality behind it is, I understand that someone has been killed, and it's definitely a racial attack. I won't take that away. And that needs to be stamped on. But what I am saying is, protests like this under the current climate are not the way to deal with it. We need the law to come in on this, and we need the government to step on it. These people gathering outside Downing Street, throwing a few bottles or whatever they're doing, ain't going to change jack. These people need to understand there's a legitimate process in place. You know, this has got to stop. We're trying to protect a country here, not a few individuals that believe that they've got the right to abuse a situation that was laid down by government to keep us all indoors and keep us safe.
All right, okay. Message understood. Thanks, Lee. 0345 6060 973. It does occur to me, though, that having seen the pictures of crowds today, people weren't that further apart on pictures that I've seen of tube trains packed in the morning, people going to work and unable to distance from their fellow passengers because there weren't enough trains being run. So it's not the only place where people have congregated close together. People travelling into work have not chosen to do that. They've been forced into that position. I'm not coming down on one side or the other about whether the people should or should not have protested yesterday because of the social distancing rules, but it has to be recognised that it's not the only place and time in which people have been squashed together. 0345 6060 973. Lambeth, Hector.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Hector.
Hi, I just wanted to say a couple of things about how some people have been saying, there's more representation of BAME people in the police force, and what else can we do, and shouldn't we protect the NHS? But as I can see it, PPE still isn't reaching as equally across the social care and NHS sectors, and also the government forced loads of MPs in and then stopped other people from voting. Like you were saying about employment, people are forced on public transport. And there's other inequalities as well that just haven't been sorted out. The last caller was saying, there's other means and stuff, and I do appreciate that it's challenging time for everybody. But as a black or Asian woman, you're 5 times more likely to die giving childbirth. You're 9 times more likely to be stopped and searched by the police. Whether you're an adult or a teenager or a child, there's disproportionality there. And all of these things just build up, and they just make you so tired because you don't know what flavour of racism you're going to be getting on a day-to-day level. And to see children suffering, I mean, that's not good. So I think the government really needs to, obviously, the unelected Prime Minister Cummings, we shouldn't be taking his role, should we?
Right, okay.
I don't know what you think.
Well, I suppose Cummings has got something to do with this, in that he very visibly broke the lockdown rules himself and didn't suffer as a consequence. So it would be perhaps a bit rich for people to be charged with that today, whereas he was he essentially got off scot-free. But I understand what you're saying. Thanks, Hector. 0345 6060 973. He has set down a precedent, hasn't he? I mean, apart from all of the other problems of what it is that he did, he now presents the government with an issue in that it seems a bit rich to fine people for doing the exact same thing that he did. Okay, it's not the exact same thing, but it is. It's the scenario is similar in that he broke the lockdown rules. In his case, of course, it's the rules that he helped formulate, which some might think would make that worse. Let's have Wimbledon. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
I just want to say I have to praise our police force. I just commend them for the way they've controlled these, in the main, peaceful protests. But obviously there's been elements of people who have gone there just to start trouble. I've seen clips on Twitter where the famous one was the one outside, I think it was Parliament Square, where they were clambering over the metal railings, punching police officers, and our police officers handled the situation quickly and firmly, being outnumbered probably by about 100 to 1 with protesters behind them. People got to realise how lucky we are to live in this country, to have a great police force. We've got the best healthcare in the world.
That's not true.
Social care.
That's not true either.
Well,
we have the.
Who's got better healthcare than the UK?
Well, Germany, Sweden, the Netherlands, Finland,
but they all have to
Iceland.
pay for it, Nick.
Well, we have to pay for it. It's not free.
Hardly compared to what they're paying.
That's absolute nonsense. I'm afraid that's not an argument you want to engage me in at the moment, John. Stick to the point.
Okay, the point being is our police officers should be commended and praised by the way they've handled these protests. Now, I understand people want to protest, and peaceful protest is absolutely fine. But the small element who are going in, starting trouble deliberately at our prisons, who have nothing to do with what's happened in Minneapolis, okay? When we had our riots here, okay, there was an issue back then, but nothing. We've had a clean bill of health. There's been no issues here. What is our?
I'm not sure that that's a viable thing for a person like you to say, John. That we have a clean bill of health from where you're sitting, perhaps, but that's not the case. It's not the experience of people with different coloured skin than you.
Well, how do you know what colour skin I am?
Well, I'm assuming you're white.
Well, I'm not white.
Well,
I'm an immigrant in this country.
Right, and you think that there is no room.
I wasn't even born in this country.
You think there's no room for. You think there's no room for improvement in race relations in this country.
There's always room for improvement, but we have had a clean bill of health.
But what does that mean, a clean bill of health?
In terms of our police go out and they've engaged in the communities, in the areas where they've had problems before. Our police have engaged. They're out there. They have programs. They're not. This isn't the 1970s or the 80s, which I grew up in the 70s and 80s, when racism was rife and the police, there was a lot of corruption. That's all changed. Do you know that?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know that. I mean, I can take your word that that's your experience, but it's certainly not everyone's. But thanks for that. Glenn texts, the protests do raise awareness to the issue, but sadly it will not lead to a solution. I think this is a generational issue. Many of the racist views sit with middle-aged people and older, but 20 and 30-year-olds, less so. We won't see real improvement for another 30 years, says Glenn. Well, I'm not sure we can wait that long, can we? And I'm not entirely convinced that young people are without sin in this regard, that they are completely open and caring and tolerant. I'm not actually sure that's true. Let's have Dartford, Diano.
Oh, hi, Nick. Can you hear me clearly? Because I'm stuck on the road in traffic.
Yes, I can. Very clear.
Right, yeah. You know, this is a very difficult issue. I mean, I was, just to set the scene, I'm a doctor. I've been working throughout this pandemic. My fiance is a pharmacist. She's been working as well throughout the pandemic. And this has significantly impacted our lives in that we were supposed to get married in April, and our wedding has been put off indefinitely. But then we both of us are black, and we have suffered racism in different areas. And so we sat together this evening and we talked about it when I just finished from work. And we talked about it. We were thinking, would you have gone to the protest? And we decided, no, we actually wouldn't have gone. Would you have stopped your friends from going there? We decided, no, we wouldn't stop them. Because the thing is, you know, we know that we want this pandemic to be over very soon. We know that people's lives are at risk. But then you also think that, look, I suffer this sort of discrimination every day, even at work. Even when I'm driving away from work, I get stopped on the road just because I'm a black person, doing nothing wrong, and I'm being told I'm driving rough when I haven't even done anything wrong. And now, then you're thinking, so now this has triggered, the death of George Floyd has triggered this thing worldwide, and people just go with their emotions. They're thinking, you know what, we've done this peacefully, we've done this sitting at home, hoping for the government, hoping for the leaders to chat a way out of this, but it's not happening. Now we want to go and protest. And they're just going by their emotions. That's why you can see that. That's why before we come to the decision we had this evening, it was a very tough one. But we understand both parties. People's life are at risk. But then people that are protesting are thinking, well, because you don't get to suffer this kind of discrimination, you're not at risk of dying from the hands of a policeman, even when you've not done anything wrong. You're thinking you would understand why we're protesting. And then you've suffered significant impact from the pandemic, you're thinking, why don't you just hold off for us to get through this, then you can protest. But then the mood is never going to be this high. There's never a right time for it. And people are just going with, you know what, we've had enough, we want to protest, we want to do this. But then that brings us to the next point that I wanted to make, which is about leadership. I mean, when the whole thing started in the U.S., if the tone that Donald Trump took was not the way he went about it, if maybe he was calmer about it and tried to douse tensions, I doubt it would have gone the way it went. Now, that brings us to leadership in this country. when the Dominic Cummings thing happened, the way the government handled it, we were thinking, I said to my fiance, I said, look, lockdown is officially over. Everyone is going to decide to do whatever they want to do. And that's what people are doing, because they're thinking, look, people in high places, they decided to break their own rules. Nothing has happened. Now, we're being impacted significantly by this sort of racial discrimination, and we want to go out to protest. No one is going to tell me that I should obey the rules and not protest because they think that their family members are going to suffer. So you've got this sort of catch-22 situation where everyone has just decided, you know what, I'm going to do what's best for me and my family. But then again, that brings me to my last point. Will this protest solve the issue? I don't believe it's ever going to solve the issue. Will we get a change anytime soon? I don't believe it's going to happen. I think this is going to be something that is going to take years and years and years to resolve. And the only way I see it happening is strengthening family unit, is actually parenting and upbringing of kids. If we have a situation where we've got parents that are empowered in bringing up their children, and we empower children to sort of achieve their potentials and understand their identity, where they are not confused about who they are, where they are confident about themselves, no one is going to demand for you to be treated equally, because you already know who you are. You're not going to have the need to demand for anyone to treat you equally. You know, I moved to this country 6 years ago. I studied in Nigeria to become a doctor. The only reason I left there was because I wanted better opportunities, and that's why I came to this country. And now I work as a general practitioner here in this country. And I was telling my fiance, I said, look, if we had African leaders that were not pandering and trying to get acceptance from the West, and they strengthened the African countries with good indigenous systems, and the African countries were flourishing, and I felt safe in Africa, I felt like I achieved my potentials in Africa, I wouldn't have to come here to suffer any form of racial discrimination. And I was saying to her, and I'm telling you, I know I'm on air, and I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, truthfully, I said to her, I said, look, the sacrifice of having to come to this country to suffer all forms of racial discrimination is because I want my children not to have to think that, oh, first I have to survive and take any form of insult. But they have to think that, look, you know what? My father has laid a background for me. I just now have to achieve what I need to achieve in life. They don't have to take any form of discrimination because they know that I provided that basis for them. And this is the story of a lot of black people in this country. I tell you the truth. So if we really want to tackle racism, as I say to my friends, the ones that are close to me, I say to them, I say, look, if you want to tackle racism, it's not by going on the streets of London to protest. It's by bringing up your children the right way, letting them know what their identity is, and having a critical mass of people that will be able to go back to Africa and challenge the status quo and say, look, we want better leadership. We want Africa that flourishes so that people can have an option. Because if we get to the point where there's an option, you say, look, I can actually go back to my country and live well, then people will value you. If we didn't have doctors flocking from, or have just a lot of doctors and nurses coming from their countries to work in this country, and most of them suffering racial discrimination, if they actually were able to live in their countries and achieve their potential, they wouldn't come here. And if they don't have to come here, and the country actually needed them, they will be treated with a little bit more respect and less of discrimination the way we're treated in this country. And I'm telling you because I see it every day at work. It happens to me every day at work. You know, I tell you another thing about surcharge. Before you get a visa to come and work in this country, you have to have a minimum salary requirement. And for you to have a minimum salary requirement, definitely you're going to pay taxes. You're going to pay national insurance contribution, but then they say ask you to pay for using the NHS. Why do you still have to pay? I had to pay all of that, applying for different forms of visas that had to change all through the years because the government knew that we wanted a better life. That's why we came here, and we couldn't go back. And they were exploiting us. These are all forms of exploitation and discrimination that have gone on, and we just take it because we have no option. So as far as I'm concerned, if any black person is listening to me, going on the streets to protest, this is just going to be a wave. after about a week or two, maximum a month, it's just going to go again, and things are going to go back to the way they were. We need to fix the root of the problem. The root of the problem started from the slave trade. Started from when Africa lost their identity. Started from when we started having leaders in Africa that have no vision, that have no direction, that have no plans for their people. So that's where we need to go back to. That's where we need to solve the problem. And the world over, we need support. We don't want the sort of support where Western countries will support African countries just for what they want to get from them, which is the natural resources. We want genuine support to build strong African countries. That's what we want. That's what's going to tackle racism. But the way it is, this is just a modern day form of what was going on before, and that's what keeps going on. So this protest is not going to solve it. I can tell you that for sure. After a month, things are going to die down, and we will start all over again. We need to tackle the roots. First, the family unit. We need to strengthen that. Then we now need to get rid of, the world has to support Africans, to get rid of those useless leaders that we've got. Without that, we're just messing about. Nothing is going to happen.
All right, good to talk to you, or good to listen to you, to be more accurate. That was a good call. Thanks, Diana. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Cheryl in Epsom.
Hiya.
Cheryl.
Hello. I just wanted to first address the word that the man a couple of calls ago used, the word tolerate.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous word because we're basically telling people that in a country where it's so diverse, we are being tolerated. And you end up putting a separation between people just by using that word, because you're basically highlighting that they are lesser than.
Yeah, it's an odd word to use in this context. I pointed this out before. I'm not sure people use it in the correct way, because if you tolerate something, you don't appreciate it, you don't accept it, you just put up with it. That's what tolerating means. But I don't think that people mean it in that way when they use it. But you're right, that it's not quite the right word.
And then I think the other thing that was mentioned about the title of Black Lives Matter, and the fact that all lives matter. I don't think that was something that was ever said, that all lives don't matter. But we are in a situation where the media and the things that we are seeing on a constant are black lives being mistreated. Now, if you speak to any black person, and I had a very frank conversation with my 13-year-old cousin about his experience in school, and his peers using the word blackie. If you ask black people about the experience and what they experience on a day-to-day basis, you understand the root of what that title means. We are not saying that all lives don't matter, but at the moment, black lives are seen as lesser than.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the phrase Black Lives Matter, is because, particularly in America, when it's concerned with the police, black lives matter less than white lives.
Yeah, and I think if you think about it, if you are constantly seeing in the media people that look like your own, people with the same colour as you, being mistreated, being pulled over, being murdered for a total of 7 minutes on a video, that is damaging. That has mental issue, it has mental impact, it has all sorts of impact, but we're not looking at that as an issue because we're so desensitized, because we see it on a regular. We saw the man that was shot because he was running in his own neighborhood. We saw the man that was in Central Park, and the lady called the police and said she was being attacked by a black man, even though she was not touched. We see all of these things on a regular basis, and then we question why we are being treated like that. We're not different. The blood that is within all of us is the same. If someone needed a blood transfusion, they're not going to ask, is it black? Did it come from a black person? Did it come from an Asian person?
Well said. Thanks, Cheryl. 0345 6060 973. There was a pretty good article in the Washington Post. It's behind a paywall, but it's essentially what it was a series of phrases of I can't do ... because I'm black, and it was just completely ordinary things, and each phrase was linked to a story where a black person was either beaten or arrested or shot for doing something that you would ordinarily think is a completely normal everyday activity. Like, I'm black so I can't go to the shops, I'm black so I can't go to the swimming pool, I'm black so I can't drive my car, I'm black so I can't stand in line at the grocery store, I'm black so I can't park my car, and on and on and on it went. And each one of these things, which seemed odd in and of themselves, was a link to a story, and each one was awful. Then you wouldn't think it would be possible for the police to shoot you just because you happen to be driving along the road. Not really doing anything other than driving. You weren't driving on the pavement. It wasn't speeding or anything like this. Nothing that really would get a white person, you wouldn't think, into trouble, but it got a black person killed. So for those that don't understand the point of the phrase Black Lives Matter, and they will counter that with All Lives Matter, well, yeah, they do. But there's no dispute about All Lives Matter, but there does seem to be some dispute in certain quarters, particularly in America, that black lives matter as much as white lives. I think it barely needs saying, but there has been quite a few calls that callers that I've had this evening that didn't quite seem to get that. Glenn texts, the protests do raise awareness to the issue, but sadly it will not lead... Oh no, I've read that. Sadly, it will not lead to a solution. I think this is a generational issue, and that we won't see real improvement for another 30 years. Well, again, my impression is that the current generation might actually be going in the opposite direction. I mean, the amount of people that complain these days about, political correctness and people that are woke and snowflakes and all of the rest of it, which seems to encompass just people that care and are considerate of others. There seems to be a massive backlash towards that, being considerate of others. It's considered a failing these days, something that you would abuse someone for doing, being considerate of others, which seems to be going in the opposite direction to an improvement in the regard of the issue that we're talking about tonight, and others, of course. You know, any kind of minority gets caught up in that, and there does seem to be a reversal. People kind of are wanting to go back to the 70s, when Bernard Manning was Saturday night television entertainment, with everything that involved. Joe says, I thought that the young of the 1970s, of which I was one, would replace the elderly racists of the day. Sadly, I was wrong. Racism didn't die out, it just changed. Well, if only I'd read that before I falteringly tried to describe my thought. Yeah, that's about right. Everybody thinks that their generation is more open-hearted than the previous one. I'm not sure that's true. I mean, hasn't there been an upswell of racial abuse since Brexit? I think that the right wing are having a moment the whole world over. And some countries are going way more right-wing than others. But there seems to be a wave. I'm not sure that it's that improvement is a linear equation. I don't think you just get from bad to better in a straight line. One step forward, sometimes 2 steps back. Bromley. Hello, Ross.
Good evening, Nick. I'm American. I moved to this country 10 years ago, more or less, and the police in the United States are out of control by and large. They're just horrible to come into contact with, even if you're sort of an innocent bystander and you're reporting a crime. You have to be careful because sometimes things can turn around quite quickly and to affect you. I've had that happen to a family member of mine. But I want to say, in terms of the things that are happening in the UK, to keep it pertinent to the UK, the police, if anything, in my opinion, I mean, this is coming from a white guy, are too soft in the UK. They're much too violent and crazy in America, but the UK, they're too soft. I don't really see the protests actually offering any solution. There's no set of sort of principles or policy proposals or anything of that nature that's been suggested. So I think this has probably the effect in lots of people's minds of actually turning them away from this cause because of that.
Well, it's somewhat unreasonable, really, to expect a crowd of people to come up with some coherent idea of what might improve society's prejudices, isn't it?
To a certain extent, absolutely. You can't necessarily assign collective intentionality to a group of people because everyone can be different. But there's in history, violence or protests in general, forget violence, have occurred because of a specific aim in mind. Suffragettes wanted the vote. Unions wanted to increase rights for their workers, and so on and so forth. This is sort of just a bit like we need to decrease violence and increase inclusion and better opportunities. I think most people agree with that, but it's really difficult once actually you're getting into the actual practical implementation of something like that to actually, it's not so easy. It's the way it is, and things do take a bit of time. But I do agree with you also that it's not generational. That's to say, it doesn't mean that there's a linear improvement. Things, things aren't necessarily progressive. Things can take a step back. But the U.S. is just crazy, and the situation there really needs to be more about the demilitarization of the police, decreasing force. You would have noticed that the police in Minneapolis didn't have body cameras. That needs to be increased in the U.S., and probably a decrease in police numbers and weapons in the U.S. as well.
I think to get to the nub of it, they need to get better people. I mean, the people that are policemen and women in America don't seem, on the face of it, to be the best available people. So perhaps they need to look at who it is that they employ.
Absolutely. I mean, most of them are lots of the military guys that have come back from Iraq and Afghanistan, and because they have a bloated military in the U.S., what else are they going to do? Most of them end up being in law enforcement of some capacity. I mean, have you ever been to, people listening to this might be able to resonate with this, entering the United States through customs, borders and customs, the treatment you get from those officers is probably amongst the worst in the world. Even myself as an American citizen, they treat you like you're a potential terrorist whenever you enter. And that right there, if you've experienced that, I mean, in some communities and neighborhoods, no matter what your color is, if the police pull you over, if you're interacting with the police, you do get that on a kind of almost daily basis.
Again, it seems to be giving unlimited, what is, to all intents and purposes, at that moment, unlimited power to people who shouldn't be in that position, who don't have the mental capacity to deal with that kind of power that they have over other people. It's an employment problem.
They think they embody the law. They are the law. Well, and whatever I say it has the force of the law behind me, regardless of what the actual law, in base the actual law is, and the principle. I am the law. I tell you what the law is.
But you think that the police in this country are too far in the opposite direction?
Absolutely. I mean, I mean the police. It's people say they get pulled over by police over here and that they get treated badly. I don't want to say that they're lying, but I don't see that ever happening. I never see police pulling anyone over. I never see the police actually patrolling areas. They whiz by at 30, 40 miles an hour in their car, but that doesn't really mean that they're patrolling. I have lots of experiences where I've reported an incident to the police before, and nothing happened. It was an assault I saw with my own eyes, and it's just there's really, I just don't understand the. It's hard. Policing is hard, but it's just too soft over here.
I think what you're describing might not be that it's soft. It might be that it is non-existent. There's just not the numbers. They don't have the resources. They don't have the people. It's not that their attitude might be lacking. It's the numbers are lacking.
That too, absolutely. I mean, we know that's the case. That's been in recent political campaigns about the police numbers. But look, I mean, in terms of moving forward, I think your caller had it right. The gentleman before your previous caller, when he said it's going to take sort of after a month, maybe even not a month, things are going to get back to normal. And so we have to actually get to what it is that the protesters and people who want to change the system, including myself, what is it that we're going to do? What are we? Politicians aren't really proposing anything. If Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party, aren't coming out and saying, "What about this? What about that?" Labour Party isn't really coming out. I don't know of anything. Moreover, most things seem to be about how people feel about. I mean, that's important, but I don't know. Statistics might be important in the situation as well. Maybe getting a perspective in numbers. I just think there's a lot more work to be done instead of just sort of protesting here.
Right. Okay. Good to talk to you. Thanks a lot.